Hey everybody, I am Mad Max, and this is Derek's birthday stream. I'm gonna get drunk off of the booze that Derek made for me. And I'm going to play games and react to videos that I have on my reactions list that is way too long, so I need to start burning through a few of these.
Hey, speaking of booze, the shaker's in the fridge half full.
Cool. The reaction I'm starting with is Toko, the human dog.
Oh, good luck.
Have you seen that story? It's super fucked. It's exactly what it sounds like. Japanese guy is very mentally ill.
This is a collie dog, and this is Toko the collie dog. Dubbed Toko the human dog on multiple media outlets and becoming
that's fucking
increasingly
creepy.
popular for its disturbing, lifeless appearance. Inside this hyper-realistic costume is a person who's living out their dream of always wanting to be an animal. In today's video, we'll be taking a deep dive into this human dog mystery and seeing just how close we can get to finding out who this person really is.
A crazy person, that's who that really is.
Always a crazy person.
Hey guys, welcome back.
It's always funnier when it's a Japanese guy going over Japanese culture.
Back to another video, and if I could please have your attention for just 10 seconds, and then we'll get right into the video. I'll let you know when 10 seconds is up because we're gonna have a little red bar right here. We have a winter collection over at earldoesn'texist.com, which includes this high quality denim jacket, and we have some other new designs, so make sure to go check out the website. And also my first ever album Ear Candy is premiering on this channel on January 26th at 6 p.m. PST, and it's gonna be on all streaming services, so make sure to turn on post notifications, then you can turn them off after. I really don't care. But yeah, that's it. As the red bar over, let's get started with the video. So, where did Toko come from? It all started on April 11th on Twitter when this tweet was posted. It had a video
Look at this disturbing thing.
Look.
You've seen him, right? Human dog.
I ordered a costume.
Okay.
Thanks to you, I was able to fulfill my dream of becoming an animal. As I'm recording this, the Twitter video has 1.9
That is
million views.
deeply disturbing.
That looks like an animatronic that should probably,
I'm getting ahead of myself. This tweet was actually
I don't know, be delivered to that
tweet, which was them
Five
revealing
Nights
the
video
costume
game
for the
for
customer.
murdering
Zeppet
people.
is an art studio that
Right?
specializes
But no, that's a suit that the dude is wearing and being a dog. That is so fucking creepy.
figurines, animatronics, bodysuits, 3D modeling,
okay
and
then.
robotics. They usually get commissioned for
I don't know
films,
why, but
ads,
some
amusement
people are
parks,
some
and
people.
other expensive reasons.
And I
Their
find it
original tweet
hilarious.
read, I made a dog modeling suit at the request of an individual. Modeled on a collie dog, it reproduces the appearance of a real dog that walks on all fours like a real dog. Here they also linked a section of their website where they give a few more details on the costume itself, such as the fact that it took 40 days to create, and the production amount was 2 million yen, which translates directly to $15,437.46. We're talking USD. Remember, this doesn't mean that the costume was bought for that amount. If the company wanted to make any sort of profit, they definitely upped the price. And for the amount of work and time that went into this, I'm gonna guess that the person paid anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. Fake TikTok. Before we talk about the person in the costume, we have to talk about the fake TikTok that spread like wildfire. Maybe it's the reason you know about Toko the human dog. On December 5th, 2022, a TikTok was posted with the caption, "Half dog, half man." The TikTok attempted to showcase the human dog costume, but spread an incredible amount of misinformation to the over 11.4 million people that viewed it. Not only did they misspell surgery every single time, but they claimed that the person in the costume got plastic surgery to look like that and paid $400,000. He eat like dog, walk like dog, and sleep like dog. Looks like you typed like one too. Most of the people in the comments ate it up and probably continued their day like nothing happened. It's very easy to be tricked on TikTok, and I don't blame anyone for believing this stuff because it's not like everyone is going to go out of their way to research every single TikTok they come across, but hey, I'll do the job for you. TikToks that spread misinformation remind me of that blue emoji image. But anyway, who's the person in the costume? Person in the costume. The person in the costume has a main channel named I Want to Be an Animal. The channel only has 22 videos so far, and each is about 5 minutes on average. I watched every single video on this page, and here are some notes I gathered along the way. In their second video, they flip through notes as a form of communicating to the audience. They have a Japanese text at top and English at the bottom, which I found very interesting because why the need for both languages? It just comes across attention seeking to me, but what's more attention seeking than paying thousands of dollars for a dog costume, right? Anyway, the cards are simply explaining that they're gonna start uploading YouTube videos more often. The flipping of the notes is highly unrealistic, as a dog wouldn't be able to do that unless they were trained to do so, but even so, this human is struggling to the point that they almost tip over just trying to flip the note, telling me they don't care about realism that much if they bend their wrists and arms in a way that a dog can't. Another question that is extremely important, how does the person fit in the costume? Well,
Poorly.
it's never been revealed, but after looking at the body movements for a while, I think I have the answer. I asked my girlfriend to draw this for me, me because I'm not an artist, and thankfully she was able to bring my vision to life. I am 99% sure this is how the human would fit into this dog costume.
Oh,
The front
that
wrists
hurt.
are way slimmer than the ankles, which leads me to believe that that's where the person's knees are placed. I'm sure there are some bands holding the feet up and maybe some other ones holding the torso up, but we'll never know unless the person reveals it. What about the person behind the camera? It's obvious neither of them want to show their face, but they did accidentally show their reflection in the dog's eye for a couple seconds here. They also do show their hands sometimes, and they look slim, which could mean it's a woman behind the camera. The jaw is able to bite down with what I'm assuming is some type of jaw band, but it's so awkward seeing Toko attempt to grab stuff, even though they probably can't even see properly at all. The struggling makes me think the eyes are actually see-through, but everything's probably dark and you lose sense of most of your peripherals. In the video called Rough Collie Played Table Tennis, they strap a racket to the paw using a hair tie or two. The teeth are sculpted exactly like that of a canine's. I tried to find frames to see through the mouth, but it's always pitch black. At the end of the sofa video, you can hear the person in the costume panting, which is very surprising and leads me to believe that it's just an editing mistake and it went over their head because they're really trying to be anonymous. And I'll show you guys the clip, but it comes across just really creepy.
Oh, they had to have music with it too.
I mean, it just seems like an extreme body workout to always be on your hands and knees and probably sweating inside the costume.
Oh, yeah.
In the
This is
video,
a test of
why
your
did I
TDS
want
settings.
to become a dog? I'll answer some questions. We get a Q&A. So I'll read you guys some of the most interesting questions and answers. These questions were taken from random commenters, and they're answered with some text at the bottom of the screen. Why did you want to become a dog? I have had a vague dream of becoming an animal since I was a child. Would it be called a desire to change? When I fulfilled that dream, this is how it turned out. Have you ever wanted to be an animal? If anyone else feels the same way, tell me your story in the comments. What was the trigger? I've wanted to be an animal ever since I can remember. So what was the trigger? It's difficult to answer the question. Why Rough Collie? The reason for this is because it's my favorite breed and because of its size. I'm particularly fond of cute quadrupedal animals. Don't you think Rough Collies are cute? The fact that the size gap with humans isn't large was also a deciding factor. Are you tired of being human? Sometimes it's reported that I'm tired of being human, but I've never said that. How did that happen? Other things were reported incorrectly. Beware of incorrect information. The topic is getting a lot of attention, but how do you feel about it now? I'm very surprised because I didn't expect this to happen. How could this have come from a lighthearted tweet I posted? You never know what life has in store for you. And thanks a lot for all your comments. I'm sorry I couldn't reply at all. I've had a proper look through it. Thank you. It seems to be a hot topic in many different countries. I am interested in how I am being introduced to your country. If you like, let me know in the comments what's going on in your country. The person also talks about what countries their videos are most viewed in and admit that they live in Japan. Have you ever been outside? Not yet. If I had the chance, I would like to go out, but I don't have the courage to do so. One of these days, I'll make a video of it, so just wait and watch. What do people around you think? In the first place, I told people who are really close to me. For example, if I told the people I work with that I wanted to be an animal and I became a collie, they would look at me funny, wouldn't they? If anyone notices who I am,
Gosh, I
please
wonder
don't
why
tell
that
anyone
would
around
be.
me. In their 14th video, they started using closed captions instead of editing text on screen. Watching the person in the costume try to climb stairs is so incredibly unsettling.
What the fuck?
It reminds me of that old Consomme Panchi Japanese commercial.
Consomme Panchi. Consomme Panchi.
Which we talked about in this video in case you want to go check that out. But yeah, in the comments they just say they gave up because climbing stairs with the costume on is incredibly challenging. They have custom sandals for when they go outside to not get the paws dirty. In their 16th video, they do go outside, but for a very short amount of time. They get scared of being seen and hear bicycles coming, so they panic, pose like a real dog, and walk back into their house when the coast is clear.
What the fuck, man? That is a disturbed individual.
Oh yeah, in the captions of that video, they said that they rented the house for the video. Interesting, right? In their bloopers video, they present videos that never made the final cut and showed a scrapped jump rope video where Toko was supposed to jump rope. Though jump rope takes timing and we get a very human-like crawl from Toko for the first time, and it seems like Toko isn't even role-playing as a dog at this point, and it's so creepy. I almost consider this breaking character because of how much it doesn't look like a dog. In their 18th video, they claim they went to a different location to be interviewed by an unnamed broadcast company. Here, they do run into people and interact. The people seem shocked, but overall are happy to greet a human in a dog costume. In their 19th video, they showcase that they can in fact drink through their mouth using a straw, which means there's an opening in the mouth. They for some reason go out of their way to drink 3/4 of the Coke. We know you can drink it. But what about eating? Well, in the next video, Toko eats food. Or do they? The camera person serves Toko dog food shaped toys, and it's just roleplay from here on out. The camera cuts to an empty bowl, and the audience is just supposed to assume it was eaten. The camera person is also confirmed to be a woman with the caption, "Now she's going to give it to me," from her hand. Their most recent video, which is from November 18th, 2022, is a thank you video for 10,000 subscribers. Or should I say subscribers? Is that on purpose? They really focus on how popular they've gotten and talk a lot about their stats going up. Again, comes off as loving attention. They also mention a live TV interview, which I never found. Perhaps it only aired in Japan and no one has put it online yet. The Twitter account. So browsing the Twitter account, the main one, at Toko_Evie, that had the video blow up, all of their tweets were fairly normal and seemed like Toko was and still is a huge fan of the Nintendo Switch game Pokemon Unite. We even got to see a setup picture. Very clean. Keep in mind, that's the only IRL image that Toko has posted as a human. I don't know how else to say it. But we can see their human height here. We can't actually identify it. I'm sure someone's gonna do it. Someone's probably gonna somehow calculate Toko's height using this image, and if you get it right, I applaud you. Anyway, being a big fan of Pokemon Unite, they actually streamed a ton of it on YouTube, and the best part is Toko still streams. In fact, they're more consistent with the streams than the dog channel, but even better is they use a mic in their streams, so that means we get a voice reveal.
はい、独特ワードだけど交代読みってことで、さあこいつは天然なんで、天然じゃないんで起点。
So out of my entire research that I've done, here's a quick recap of what we know about the person in the costume. They live in Japan, they always had a dream of being an animal, they love the attention, they have a camera woman, they don't care about realism, they're a huge fan of Pokemon Unite. This image is the closest IRL image they've posted, this is their voice.
なんかこれもったいこっちから見ると結構もったいない使い方してるけど。
They're very shy about people close to them knowing they want to be a dog, and they're very scared to go out in public. And a little bonus fact that I noticed is that their favorite Pokemon is Eevee. So, is this a case of a person being stupid with their money, or just someone getting what they want because they have enough money? Could mean the same thing. I mean, Toko isn't hurting anybody besides maybe giving, people some nightmares. I say let Toko do what they please, and we get that creepy entertainment. I might just hit up Zeppa to make me an Earl costume. But yeah, I think we have a right to judge people based on what they buy if they're posting it on the internet and it seems like they want attention. But honestly, who cares what you do with your money? You know what they say, YOLO, right? But yeah, that's gonna be the end of this video. Thank you guys so much for watching it. I'm sorry for the inconsistent uploads, I really am. I was finishing the album and it's gonna be out, so I'm back on the YouTube grind. I know I say I'm back on the YouTube grind a lot, but I'm just gonna zip it and just actually show you guys some work. In 2023, I wanna make more specific topics, because I usually do broad topics like the dark stories of Reddit, the dark of YouTube. I don't know. That was very broad topics. In 2023, I do want to focus on more specific topics.
Broder,
like, for example,
come on.
this Toko video. If you guys liked it, let me know if you guys like more specific topic videos. I loved doing research on this, so I hope it performs well. And Ear Candy debuts on this channel on January 26th at 6 p.m. PST, and I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Hello, friends. So, this is a slightly different type of
And this one is JJ.
video, but one that I felt compelled to make because there has been a story in the news recently that has affected me on quite an emotional level, a level I didn't quite expect it to. I am referring to the arrest of Jack Teixeira, the young man who leaked all of these secret government documents on his Discord server. And I suppose the reason why this story has affected me is because I view Jack Teixeira as sort of being a symbol of something that is quite profoundly and undeniably broken about our culture today. So for those who have not been following the story very closely, Jack Teixeira was a kid who enrolled in the Massachusetts National Guard right after graduating from high school. He quickly got a job at an Air Force base where he had some sort of IT position that gave him access to a large number of very highly classified government documents. These were mostly documents relating to American intelligence that had been gathered overseas. And while Jack was doing his military job, He also was running a Discord server, a rather small Discord server, maybe only 30 or 20 people. Based on the reporting that I have read, basically everyone in the Discord was extremely young, you know, teenagers. And Jack was himself kind of, you know, the role model of the group, the one that other people looked up to, the guy who was sort of in charge. There have been by now a lot of interviews with sort of the young members of the Discord group, and they often refer to Jack as being like, you know, their mentor, a guy, yeah, they very much venerated. The kids who made up this Discord group really didn't know anything about anything, but they kind of imagined themselves to be sort of like edgy political people in some
They're the elite
kind of way.
hacksaws.
They were into gaming, specifically kind of war type games. They were into guns. Apparently there was a bit of a Christian thing going on as well. And they were like, you know, into like racist shit and stuff, like memes that were intentionally super offensive and all that.
He said a swear.
The Discord server's name is apparently some sort of racist reference to some meme or something. And apparently there was footage that exists of Jack himself, you know, firing a gun at the shooting range and yelling out racist and anti-Semitic stuff. So, like, these are dumb kids, and they're, like, wallowing in some ways their own kind of ignorance. You know, there was a degree to which the community has been kind of identified as being, like, anti-war, but in the sense that like anti-war has now become this kind of catch-all term that is often used to describe basically anyone who kind of has a sort of broad assortment of sort of crankish conspiratorial views. You know, views that basically posit that all authority in the world is evil and engaged in some, you know, nefarious scheme to take away freedoms and oppress people and all that QAnon type crap. Or just like, don't trust anyone, you know, all government is evil,
The
all
old
corporations
DTA.
are evil. They're all out to get you, you know, this kind of thing. And to the extent that Jack had any sort of coherent philosophy, it seems like that was his philosophy. So anyway, he has access to these government documents, and he kind of wants to flex for his Discord kids. And so he initially starts, you know, typing them out and saying like, oh, check out this like exclusive government stuff I have at my, you know, exclusive government job or whatever. And the sort of bleak comedy about this is that initially none of the kids care. Like, he's sharing this secret intel and they can't be bothered. And that like sort of pisses Jack off. So then he starts taking photos of these classified documents that he has access to for whatever reason at the Air Force Base where he works. And it is like only once, you know, we kind of have this kind of more multimedia dimension to the secret documents that people start being interested in them. You know, once the kids can start to see, you know, diagrams of military hardware or like maps of troop movements and all of this kind of thing, you know, then he finally starts getting some of the clout that he wants, you know, and in his mind, you know, he's being a sort of like subversive kind of character, you know, he's really sort of sticking it to the man. But again, like many of the kids in the Discord group who have been interviewed by the press say that like Jack was in no way like a whistleblower, like he didn't really have any kind of like great sort of point to what he was doing. He was just trying to impress the other kids, and there was a kind of sense
The
that it's
kids.
like, you know, the other kids want to see secret stuff, or at least he imagines they want to see secret stuff, and so he shows them secret stuff, and then, you know, they're kind of impressed by it, I guess, on some level in a very sort of superficial way, but not like an explicitly political way. But, you know, over time, these documents then in turn migrate to other corners of the internet, other Discord servers, message boards, and so on. And then, you know, eventually the press gets access to them, and then we wind up in the situation where we are today, where very secret classified documents become worldwide common knowledge. The leaking of classified government documents is a very serious crime, and Jack has now been arrested for it. You know, he faces the very real possibility that he will go to prison for a very long time. And I guess, you know, what strikes me about this whole story is just, I don't know, it just seems like so pointless and so stupid. You know, that this kid is that dumb and exists in a world where he thinks that he's doing something cool by doing this. I want to be very clear about something, which is that Jack is not the primary victim of this story by any means. You know, the victims of this story are the many men and women whose lives are now in danger because of what Jack sort of thoughtlessly did. A lot of these documents apparently involve secret information about the sort of situation in the war in the Ukraine, information that exposes some of the vulnerabilities of the Ukrainian side that will be very useful to the Russians as, you know, they seek to conquer that country. And, you know, just information in general that compromises the safety and security of the men and women who work for US intelligence overseas, whose ability to survive is often heavily dependent on their ability to remain anonymous. When you leak classified government documents of this sort, you make it much more likely that the sort of people that have gathered this intelligence will have their identities known, their cover will be blown, their identity is compromised, and that puts them in tremendous physical danger in many cases. There's also the degree to which sort of the leaking of this kind of information compromises America's relationships with its allies overseas. And the maintenance of these geopolitical relationships is a hell of a lot more important than Jack's ability to be popular on his Discord server. All of that being said, I do find it hard to not think of Jack as, again, like a symbol of something that has gone very wrong in sort of our modern culture. Jack was a kid, and he is very much a kid. I mean, it's very striking when you look at these pictures of just how amazingly young he was, only 21. And he was radicalized by a certain culture that has been allowed to grow and thrive on the internet. A culture in which these kids just wallow in their own ignorance and self-righteousness and conspiracy theories. It's a world without adults in many ways. It's a world without any sort of adult supervision or adult authority present in their lives. It's depressing to me that these teenage kids saw Jack as their mentor. He was their leader. He was their role model. This 21-year-old kid who doesn't know anything about anything, who has committed this terrible crime and put himself in enormous danger, he somehow is the role model. He is somehow the symbol of what a mature person is. And based on some of these interviews, these kids have this kind of like warped understanding of exactly what's going on here. In their mind, Jack has not committed an obvious crime and is sort of facing the consequences of his decision. No, he's being hunted by, them, by the deep state, by the, conspiracy that runs
the deep state.
You just kind of think, like, if these kids had people in their lives that maybe took a little bit more interest in them, and as well, if the kids maybe had a little bit more interest in sort of seeking the wisdom of people that were a little bit more old and mature than they are, maybe a situation like this wouldn't have happened. If these kids had people in their lives, older people that were more present in their conversations, that were able to say things like, no, don't do that, or no, that's not in fact how the world works. You're ignorant. You need to learn and educate yourself, and maybe I'll help you learn. I'll help you sort of figure out some of the actual facts about this world rather than just the kind of nonsense facts you're learning from God knows where. Anyway, I guess I have a couple of takeaways from all of this. One is that I hope to God that this kid does not become some sort of martyr figure. Already we've seen assholes like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, just spitting just utter bullshit about what's going on here. It's
it's
this
so
kid
weird
is
to hear him
enemy of
cuss.
the Biden regime because he stood up to their war agenda or whatever. It's fuck, it's such bullshit. I am not somebody that gets angry very easily, but when I see some of this shit, it just makes me see red. These kids have been failed by a culture, and yet now you have these adults who objectively should know better, who are just making the cultural problem even worse. What Jack should be treated as is a scary example. He is a scary example of what can happen to you if you inhabit spaces online like the space that Jack inhabited. In my mind, Jack is kind of the sort of 21st century equivalent of, the kid who plays on the railroad tracks and then gets his arm, cut off or whatever. Don't be like Jack. You don't want to wind up in prison like Jack is going to. Think very carefully about the communities that you inhabit, the sort of people you're hanging out with, because if you come under the sway of the wrong sort of crowd, you could make decisions as dumb as the one that Jack made that ruined his life. The other thing that I would say, just kind of getting back to what I was saying before, is that I really think that if you are someone in your 30s or your 40s, one of the most important things you can do is to take an interest in younger people, in people who are in their 20s or in their late teens. A lot of these kids clearly need more help than they're getting. They need more wisdom in their lives. They need more adult role models in their lives. And I think that when you're in your 30s or your 40s, you can have a credibility with younger people that perhaps people older than that cannot have. You're close enough to them in a sort of cultural way or even in an appearance kind of way that you can be sort of seen as someone who's not old, but at the same time also having a repository of wisdom that they are aware that they lack in themselves. Like, you just objectively have more life experience, and I do think that a lot of young people are more eager to meet people like that than we sometimes give them credit for. But a lot of it does come down to, like, are you making yourself actively available to them? Are you seeking out younger people to befriend and mentor? And obviously some of the onus also goes to the young people themselves as well. You know, if you're somebody in your late teens or early 20s, you know, are you seeking out friends that are older than you, significantly older than you, people that you can learn from? Or does your whole understanding of the world just sort of begin and end with people your own age? You know, obviously you can get these sorts of relationships right or wrong. You know, sometimes obviously kids don't like to be sort of condescended to and told, like, you know, you young whippersnappers need to shape up. But on the other hand, there are kids that actually do kind of, like, I have found, respond well to having a sort of adult authority figure with whom they have a somewhat kind of playfully adversarial relationship as well. Kids, I think, like to be challenged on their beliefs a lot of times, and I think older people like to be challenged too. And I think what you want to have is an effective kind of cross-generational dialogue that maybe has some degree of deference to the sort of the wisdom and expertise of older people, but not, you know, it's not a one-way street. So yeah, I guess that's really all I can say is, you know, think about who you're learning from, think about who you're hanging out with, think about what you can do for the younger generation. And if you're part of the younger generation, think about what you have to gain from maybe fostering relationships with people older than you. But definitely, it seems now like, you know, these kind of like online spaces, these online communities that are exclusively occupied by sort of young, ignorant men with prankish kind of conspiratorial beliefs fostered by their own
My
ignorance.
army is
You know,
growing.
these are spaces that have a lot of socially destructive consequences. We've obviously spoken a lot about the degree to which young men sort of get radicalized and, you know, they can become violent or destructive or, you know, adopt very hateful and destructive ideologies towards other people around them. But now, you know, through the case study of Jack Teixeira, we've now sort of seen that these kind of communities can also foster national security concerns. So if we don't want to keep going down this path, if we don't like the cultural consequences that, you know, sort of unsupervised Discord servers or, you know, whatever other internet spaces you want to name, if we don't like what these sort of places are doing, you know, then it behooves all of us to sort of take some action in our own small way that we can do to address the problem. I think in some ways it's not as complicated as it seems.
The Nazi amalgamation of nation.
What is this here? From Darwin to Hitler, the disturbing history of scientific racism. Wow, that's a deep one.
And race under totalitarian rule. One people, one country, one leader, led to the horror most unforgettably burned into the history of Germany and of Germans. The murder of millions of Jews and others deemed to be of inferior races. Was this the culmination of long-standing beliefs and actions of the German people, or a monstrous new creation of the Nazis? In Germany, as in other countries, there were people hostile to the Jews on religious, racial, or other grounds. Nor were these isolated, anti-Jewish individuals. There were institutions, movements, and political parties hostile to Jews, sometimes bitterly and venomously so. And these included historic figures from Martin Luther to Richard
This is gonna
Wagner.
hurt.
But the ultimate question is how all this affected the behavior of the German people as a whole, as compared to other peoples in Europe and elsewhere. Self-aggrandizement and bias against others has been too tragically pervasive throughout human history and among peoples around the world to make it a distinctive characteristic of a particular people or a particular era. However, racism in its modern sense of belief in innate genetic inferiority and superiority of particular races has had a shorter history, dating from the last half of the 19th century, when some regarded this doctrine as a logical corollary of Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection. Hostility to Jews, for example, had existed for thousands of years, but anti-Semitism, in the strict sense of believing in the biological inferiority of Jews as a Semitic people, was one of the offshoots of what was regarded as scientific racism. This new racism that wrapped itself in the mantle of science was neither peculiar to Germany nor limited in its application to Jews. In the United States, some referred to the immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe as the beaten men of beaten races, who would be incapable of being able to be absorbed into American society. the eugenics movement sought to limit the reproduction of inferior individuals and races so as to prevent the lowering of the national intelligence in future generations. Planned Parenthood was founded not simply as an organization for limiting the size of families in general, but more particularly to reduce the reproduction of the black population in the United States, as Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger herself noted. Such ideas were common among intellectuals who considered themselves progressive at the beginning of the 20th century. Ironically, although the logical corollary of this genetic determinism was that national IQs would fall over time, as less successful people with generally lower IQs tended to reproduce at a higher rate than more successful people with higher IQs. Research in the last years of the 20th century showed that scores on IQ tests had in fact risen substantially in more than a dozen nations during the course of a generation or two. The question here, however, is not the validity of genetic determinism, but how widespread and how openly avowed it was during a particular era. Germans were neither exempt from nor unique in their susceptibility to this doctrine. Hitler's racism represented the gutter-level application of an idea discussed in more lofty tones at higher intellectual levels. Racism in our narrow modern sense has been a significant force for a little more than a century, while violent and lethal hatred of other groups goes back thousands of years. There were pogroms against Jews in Europe and similar mass slaughters of Chinese minorities in Southeast Asia, centuries before most people had ever heard of genetics. What, then, has been the record of Germans in this longer and broader history of intergroup hostility, discrimination, and violence? Comparing Germans with other Europeans for the sake of convenience, it seems clear that whatever differences there were historically tended to show the Germans not as intolerant as most Eastern Europeans, for example, toward the Jews. Jews fleeing from Eastern Europe to Germany constituted about 1/5 of the Jewish population in Germany when Hitler came to power. However tragic that was in the light of later events, it was a very reasonable move in light of the differences between Germany and Eastern Europe at that time. Jews were so widely accepted in Germany that nearly half of all Jewish marriages there between 1921 and 1927 were marriages to people who were not Jews. German Jews were noted for being far more assimilated to the larger Western society than were Jews from Eastern Europe, and this was true not only in Germany, but in the United States and as far away as Australia. German-American immigrant communities welcomed German Jewish immigrants as members of their Turnverein, singing groups, and other cultural organizations. 19th century German Jews living in Chile and Czechoslovakia likewise took part in the general cultural life of German communities in those countries. Jewish views of pre-Hitler Germany were very favorable, not only in Germany itself, but overseas. During the First World War, American Jewish publications were so favorably disposed toward Germany that they were investigated and prosecuted for favoring an enemy nation in wartime, leading to the famous clear and present danger doctrine in favor of free speech by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes in cases involving Jewish writers, Abrams versus United States and Schenck versus United States. Even some Zionists in Palestine returned to Germany during the First World War to fight for the fatherland. Jews were, of course, not the only targets of racial hostility, nor Germany the only place where such hostility was expressed and acted out.
I should have grabbed funnier
With
videos.
regard to other racial or ethnic groups in other countries and in other times. We have already noted the cosmopolitan tone that Germans sought to maintain in the face of group identity extremism among Latvians and Czechs, though in both cases the Germans eventually decided that they had to defend themselves as Germans. In the Western Hemisphere, the first anti-slavery meeting in North America was held by Germans in 1688, and Germans in Brazil were likewise opposed to slavery there. A history of the antebellum South referred to a colony of anti-slavery Germans who settled in Texas, as well as Germans in Virginia who were antagonistic to slavery, and Germans in St. Louis who were strongly anti-slavery. When whites in early 19th century North Carolina voted to deny the franchise to free blacks, this disenfranchisement was opposed by voters in almost all of the western counties of the Piedmont region, where the Germans and the Scotch-Irish were concentrated. While Germans were split on many of the complex issues revolving around race and slavery, no prominent German-American leader was pro-slavery, and when the Civil War came, the large German population in Missouri was credited with keeping that state in the Union, despite many Confederate sympathizers among other Missourians. As for relations with the indigenous population of the Western Hemisphere, Germans were noted for getting along with the Indians better than other Europeans did, though all had clashes with the indigenous peoples at some point or other. Germans in Paraguay likewise treated the indigenous people in a more conciliatory manner than other Europeans had. In Australia, Germans established missions to help the Aborigines. As noted in an earlier essay,
Aboriginal.
in the German colonies in East Africa, slave traders were hanged on the spot when they were caught in the act.
Yes, the history of Japan is rather interesting to
Let's see. Absolute Mad Lads, Otoya Yamaguchi.
say the least. From honourable samurai to big titty anime waifus, along with a strong passion to serve the glorious emperor. Of course, in modern times, Japan is very different to its historic past. But there was one event in the 20th century that may have moulded the modern version of Japan as we see it today. I'm sure you may have heard of this event before, since it's one of the most renowned historical events ever caught on camera. Otoya Yamaguchi, the assassin of Inejiro Asanuma.
All I can say is who?
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, this video was brought to you by Atlas VPN. The Emperor lived on with 3 months with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Time is running out, so get your deal by clicking the link in the description box down below, while also helping my channel. So this all starts with World War II. Now, of course, as we all know, the Japanese lost, but the spirit of the Emperor lived on within a good amount of the population. This caused an awkward feeling throughout Japan, and I'm not here to go too in-depth into the socio-political relations of Japan post-World War II, but to say the least, things were very tense. The seeds of these political tensions had already been sown years earlier, prior to World War II. Because even before then, Japan was a very nationalist country. A very nationalist country. But a new Pokemon-style evolution of nationalism would now appear. And this was called ultranationalism. A key figure in this movement who would tie in later was a fellow by the name of Bin Akao. Bin was a politician in Japan that had flip-flopped between socialism and nationalism prior to World War II, but ultimately ended up landing on the side of ultranationalism. But during this time and throughout World War II, he would only stand as an independent politician. He was a rather peculiar politician because at the time he was actually opposed to the Pacific War with the United States, and he had a reverent disdain for the USSR along with communism in general. Bin, along with a few other Japanese politicians, would found the Kenkokukai, or in English, the National Foundation Society. The main aim of this society was to create a genuine people's state based on unanimity between the people and the emperor. Basically, it was a mini fascist organisation standing against communism along with all other left-leaning parties. There were plans for establishing a full National Socialist Party after the society was formed, which would focus on breaking up union strikes across the country. But this would soon all fizzle out after their key leader Motoyuki Tagabatake passed away. But getting back to Bin Man, even though these efforts in the National Socialist Societies didn't work, he still ran as an independent, managing to gain quite a large amount of votes, even gaining a seat in the 6th district of Tokyo. This was during Japan's national diet, although in the runs for re-election during 1945, he lost and he was then purged by the US occupiers since he was a wartime leader. This purge would last until 1951, as
I
part
believe
of
it
the
prefers to
reverse
be called
course
pogrom.
operation that was put in place by the US. Reverse course was basically an operation by the United States to drastically change the policies of Japan, to then change the very society of Japan itself into one that could be more easily managed, so to speak. Similar to the denazification that was taking place in Germany. Because essentially, when you've occupied a nation of people who will run out of the trenches at you with nothing but bayonets, not giving a single shit about the machine gun fire flying towards them, while screaming in the name of the Emperor like the fucking Death Corps of Krieg, it's definitely within your best interests to get them to calm down a little bit. Finally, in that very same year, Bin Man would go on to found and head the Greater Japan Patriotic Party. After World War II, the nationalists still had the threat of communism, as there was quite a bit of dispute between both sides. This would only be heightened with the United States-Japan Security System, which allowed the US to host military bases in Japan, which are still there to this day.
Yeah, definitely should have picked funnier reactions, because I don't feel like talking. I feel like drinking. Don't break the fucking banister. I think I ever... That's why I said don't break it. Sitting there, I'm right behind you. Deric is getting much more drunk than I am on his birthday. Just pull up. We are a classy bunch.
And nationalists kind of don't like it when a foreign power has military bases in their country. You know, that kind of pisses nationalists off a little bit. This would soon start a series of protests known as the Anpo struggle. These consisted of both protesters on the left and right unifying against the revision of the treaty. These tensions were already pretty bad due to a previous event known as the Girard incident, which had already set disruption throughout the whole country. The rundown is that in 1957,
Not yet, I'm working on it.
a by the name of William Girard had shot a Japanese housewife by the name of Nakasaki with an empty grenade
Oh,
gun.
this is gonna be fun.
Even though it was empty,
And by fun, I mean terrible. And by terrible...
metal travelling at high speeds tends to kill people. Who knew? Shocking. Nakasaki was in a local airbase at the time because most locals would collect the spent cartridges used in live fire exercises so they could sell them off as scrap for a little bit of extra money. She was then shot by Girard for no other reason than his own amusement. You know, just a bit of banter, lads, just casually murdering a 46-year-old housewife. This, I'm sure you will be very
I'm out of rum. I'm almost out of pineapple rum. And I almost emptied all of my peach schnapps, too.
Well, you've just been busy as a fucking bee today, haven't you?
Well, it's fucking good. Also, I bought that new bottle of amaretto today, so if I run out, I still have that.
There you go.
And that's my favorite.
I love it. I have a most blessed sword that doesn't even consume, let alone purge.
Yay.
And it's intrinsic.
So you just stab something at the start of every game.
Yep.
Sounds like fun.
Shock to hear caused massive upheaval and outrage throughout the whole country, and it led to various protests along with a reduction in US military personnel based in Japan. This wasn't the only event in Japan that would lead to and certainly exacerbate the Anpo protests, but sadly I can't cover all of these incidents in depth. Maybe another time. But sadly, this wasn't the only reason that there was an opposition to the United States being there in general. Other than the obvious, there was the genuine concern that having the US based in Japan would escalate the Cold War.
What the fuck?
Many people in Japan on both sides of the
I know that.
spectrum
You're supposed to know that.
escalate. Basically,
You know that.
they
That's my
knew that
silver
if the
shoulder.
Cold War
I found it with my
hot,
shoulder.
Russia would then attack
Good for you.
US military bases in Japan, and the Japanese would be caught in the crossfire of something that they wanted nothing to do with in the first place.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly right. It is your birthday.
He was very worried that there was a communist revolution coming, to which he mobilised his boys for a counter-protest. Now, this is where the main man, or should I say boy, comes into the story. Otoya Yamaguchi was born on the 22nd of February 1943, and he would grow up during a time of great political strife in Japan. There isn't really too much to go off in terms of his early life, but I'm sure there's some good material in Japanese museums or historical books, but we don't have the time or resources to travel to Japan and do a lot of research for one mad lad. Unfortunately. What we do know about Otoya's early life is that his household was a very nationalist one, because his father, Shinpei Yamaguchi, was a high-ranking officer in the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Along with his grandfather, Murakami Namuroku, he was actually a famous writer who covered various topics such as ancient swordsmen and the Yakuza. As most political extremists start off, Otoya started reading a variety of newspapers discussing the current politics in Japan. His anger built up over time, and allegedly through his brother's influence, Otoya started attending political speeches, rallies, and even protests. Eventually, he would join the Greater Japan Patriotic Party at the age of just 16. No matter what side of the spectrum you look at, the best way to indoctrinate new candidates is to get them while they're young. During these protests between 1959 to 1960, Otoya would be arrested a total of 10 times, but he was constantly released with no apparent charges or backlash, presumably due to his age and the era. Now, while in the Greater Japan Patriotic Party, Otoya still wasn't happy. Apparently, Binman wasn't quite radical enough for him. Binman was a lot more focused on debating the communists along with holding protests and gaining coverage in the local media. But this was not enough for Otoya. Action was needed, but anytime Otoya wanted to lash out at the communists, Binman would apparently stop him. So, Binman was against taking any sort of rash actions, but we'll talk more on that later. And because of this, Otoya had allegedly left the Greater Japan Patriotic Party to pursue his own actions against his sworn rivals, the Communists. And, like pretty much every political party out there, the Greater Japan Patriotic Party had an opposition party who were their sworn enemies. The very same enemies that Otoya wanted to take drastic action against. The Japan Socialist Party. They were communists, so Otoya absolutely hated them, but he was never allowed to do anything about it. But now that he was out on his own, that was about to change. The Japan Socialist Party was led by a man named Inejiro Asanuma. And to give him some background, Inejiro wasn't your average socialist. He had been going at the political game since before the war, and post-war Japan seemed the perfect time for him to level the playing field for his political power. From a young age, he had been tied in with various labour movements, and he even helped with the Russian famine relief. He was quite the vocal man when it came to Western imperialism, wanting Asia to focus solely on its own affairs without any disruption from the West. This was especially clear when he visited Chairman Mao in the Republic of China, even stating in a speech that American imperialism is the shared enemy of China and Japan. He even went as far as to wear the famous Mao suit after returning to Japan, which apparently brought a lot of criticism his way from both right and left wingers. It was a complicated situation at the time, with both people from the left and right not wanting the United States to be on Japanese soil. But there was a larger tendency for the left-leaning socialists to be anti-treaty, perhaps to be more influenced by China, whereas the right-wing nationalists were more pro-treaty to prevent any form of communist revolution. This brings us to October the 12th, 1960. A televised political debate between the three major parties, including the Japan Socialist Party, the Democratic Socialist Party, and the Liberal Democratic Party, the latter of which is still in power to this day. With over 2,000 people in the audience, the talk would start at 3 p.m, but with a lot of disruption from right-wing groups who were heckling Inejiro. After things were calmed down by the moderators, the man of the hour would talk again. But barely 1 minute into his speech, loud footsteps could be heard off camera, as Otoya Yamaguchi rushed the stage before plunging his father's wakizashi into Inejiro twice. Unfortunately for Inejiro, while he had been studying the works of Hungry Santa, Otoya had been studying the blade, and Inejiro was unable to dodge the attack. Otoya then immediately attempted seppuku, but he was stopped by various bystanders who rushed in to stop the situation from getting even worse. And there was a note found in Otoya's pocket containing a written farewell and an explanation for his actions. And the note read, "You, Inejiro Asanuma, are making Japan communist. I have no resentment towards you personally as a person with a leadership role in the Socialist Party. But to your onus, your outbursts when you visited China, and the responsibility that you bear for the intrusion into the national diet. I cannot let go of your unforgivable actions. I shall hereby be the one to bring down your divine punishment." The man really pulled a "I will never forgive you" in his fucking suicide note. Right after the attack, Inejiro was rushed to hospital, but he died on the way there. At first it didn't look too bad as there wasn't a lot of bleeding, but when you get a foot-long sword dipped in you twice, yeah, that's a lot of damage, which came in the form of puncturing his aorta. And for you less biology-learned viewers out there, that's the big vein that goes to your heart. Hearty big vein, hurty, no hurty, hurty bad. So, at the age of just 17, Otoya Yamaguchi had committed one of the most well-known political assassinations to this day, which changed Japan's political climate completely. Did he completely prevent a communist revolution? Potentially, actually, but it's hard to say since there are a lot of factors at play. But Otoya certainly did have an influence on it, as the Japan Socialist Party declined and withered away after the loss of their critical leader, because Inejiro was a major well-known figure with a huge culture of influence. People didn't identify with the party, they identified with him. You know, it was like American socialism losing Bernie. It was like the MAGA movement losing Trump. Or it was like UKIP losing Nigel Farage right before an election. Thanks, Nigel. The event resulted in this now very famous image, which was captured by photographer Yasushi Nagao. This image would go viral back then, and it ended up being considered one of the most iconic political photographs from history. But it also resulted in a lot of memes. So, what happened to Otoya after the assassination? Well, of course, he was arrested and awaited trial, but like most loyal servants to the Emperor, they usually don't let the authorities have enough time for a trial. While in prison, Otoya was apparently quite calm during all of this, keeping a good posture and even giving testimony to the police. But his calm composure would come to an end. On the 2nd of November, Otoya Yamaguchi would take a tube of toothpaste and use it to write the following message on the wall of his cell. Long live the Emperor. Would that I had 7 lives to give for my country. These final words were inspired by a famous samurai in Japan by the name of Kusunoki Masashige, which Otoya probably learned about from his grandfather's novels and traditional upbringing. Every time I hear Japanese people talking about the Emperor, I keep thinking about some weird mix of Japan and 40k.
What are you doing, Dank? What the fuck?
Otoya then fashioned the sheets from his bed into a rope and Epsteined himself. Except Otoya had a light fixture to do it from, so it was actually a suicide. From there, Otoya became somewhat infamous in Japan, with people both loving and hating. This would also stretch out to other parts of the world, influencing many people, but mostly right-wing people. We aren't sure what particular group, but a right-wing group in Japan actually celebrated Otoya as a martyr for their cause, even providing his family with a burial coat along with some other articles of ceremonial clothing. Otoya was finally laid to rest at Aoyama Cemetery after he was cremated. As for Inajiro, he was also buried and he was also somewhat revered after his death, especially in various socialist groups. Interestingly enough, he was buried in the very same cemetery as Yukio Mishima, which is kind of ironic. Funnily enough, you can actually see the very suit that Inajiro was wearing when he was banzaied because it's on display in a museum. So what were the repercussions of the assassination? Well, there were a few things that happened. Of course, the decline of the Socialist Party and any idea of Japan becoming communist soon faded. Along with this, it had spurred up a variety of right-wing groups in Japan, which are commonly named Uyuko Dantai. This is just a general title for right-wing groups, which included the National Foundation Society and Greater Japan Patriotic Party, as we've mentioned earlier. This event would even inspire famous Japanese writer Kenji Oe to write 2 books on Otoya, though these were more critical breakdowns than a fan fiction. Although these groups I've mentioned would slow down over time, new ones would emerge, with the estimates ranging from over 1,000 groups since 1996. Otoya would become almost like a folk hero to them, with these groups celebrating the assassination of Inajiro, with there even being a large celebration on the 50th anniversary of Otoya's actions.
滞りなく使え奉りすることができましたことは、祭司として誠に感無量の思いでございます。
谷田光殿、四国地方の発起人とご一同様は、その場にてご一緒にお参拝ください。九州沖縄地方の発起人を代表して 福田正光いいよこれども社長供養心なし愛と栄える日本
天皇陛下万歳。
The other incident that I have to mention is known as the Shimanaka incident, which happened after the assassination. This has been called a copycat crime of Otoya's actions, and it was basically a mixture of the Inajiro assassination and the Charlie Hebdo shooting. So let me explain this one. Not everyone in Japan at the time liked the idea of the emperor, and post-World War II, there was a lot of self-censorship so as not to insult the emperor or the royal family, because there were pretty dire consequences for doing so. This awkward feeling would be called the chrysanthemum taboo, after the flower on the imperial seal. Basically, no one wanted to discuss any sort of criticism against the imperial family because it was considered taboo. And you know what Japan is like with their taboos. So, as mentioned with the Anpo protests, there was a lot of tension between the communist protesters and the imperial family. This, of course, had a lot of media coverage, and a particular short story called The Tale of an Elegant Dream was written discussing the protests, mostly containing satire and jokey cartoons. But one of these cartoons was of the imperial family being beheaded with a guillotine by a communist lynch mob. This, of course, was not received very well by the ultra-nationalists, along with the Imperial Household Agency, who demanded an apology. But of course there was some debate over freedom of speech and allowing artistic freedom for media outlets. Some have also even debated if this was a direct attack on the emperor, or if it was more to underline the actions of the communist protesters by showing how rash and unreasonable they can be. The magazine company Chuo Koron did eventually buckle under pressure and issued a formal official apology. But most right-wing groups, including the followers of our old friend Binman, were still very unhappy. So, on the 1st of February 1961, a new upcoming 17-year-old named Kazutaka Komori would follow in Otoya's footsteps. He would break into the house of Hoji Shimanaka, the president of Chuo Koron, in order to strike him down with imperial might. Instead, Hoji wasn't home, but his wife and housekeeper were. Either way, Kazutaka was in too deep, and he stabbed Shimanaka's wife, fortunately only injuring her, but then he murdered the housekeeper after a struggle. The next morning, Kazutaka would turn himself in to the police, claiming that he had acted alone without influence from anyone. He also had a handkerchief on him which had the following message written on it. Long live the Emperor. Who would hesitate to sacrifice his life for the sake of the Emperor and the nation, since the life of a man is as transient as a dewdrop on a blade of grass? Bit gay. Even though Kazutaka had stated that he acted alone, he had only just resigned from the Greater Japan Patriotic Party the very morning of the attack, which of course raised some suspicion. Two teenagers in the same political group that resign just before they try to do two politically driven assassinations, a little bit of a pattern is starting to form. This would be followed up with Binman being arrested on conspiracy of murder, in particular for the Shimanaka incident, but there wasn't enough evidence for any kind of conviction. But you know Japan, you can't go through the legal system without some sort of repercussions, and he was charged for some lesser offences, such as disturbing the peace. But what about Kazutaka? Well, he was still legally a child, so the state actually waited until he was an adult and then tried him for murder. He was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison.
I will be right back. I need to get more booze. And where you going, Bug? It has jelly beans. Yay! I haven't had jelly beans in a fucking age. But I will have those tomorrow.
But died during his sentence. The author of the actual cartoon himself, Shichiro Fukuzawa, would be fine, thankfully, but over the years he would receive several death threats. I can't really explain how viral Otoya went other than to discuss his merch. Yes, merch. Can you name any other assassin who has merch that people wear? From t-shirts to even patches, which of course the average cave user would buy along with their Rhodesian bushcraft. I mean, Jesus, people were even making figurines of Otoya. This one I found was actually showed off at the Shizuoka Hobby Show in 2011. Sadly, we don't know who the author is since I can't translate spilled ramen. So, while everyone was showing off all their Star Trek figurines and model trains and tanks, this chudcoon turned up with a model that he made of a man who literally nay-nayed a commie on national TV. Now, a lot of you are going to say that Atoya Yamaguchi's actions were based, but I do have to remind you that I do not condone these sorts of political attacks. I don't condone them, but I will joke about them, Tenoheka Banzai.
Bonsai. God damn it. Danky, what are we gonna do with you, bro? Being gay is annoying. Well, that's a title for a video.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. Hello friends, my name is JJ, and I just want to start by saying that as an openly gay man, I am extremely lucky to live here in Vancouver. Even within my own lifetime, I have witnessed an enormous decline in the social acceptability of overt homophobia in my community, to say nothing of homophobic violence, and that is definitely something that a lot of gay people elsewhere in this world cannot say with nearly the same level of confidence. But that being said, even in a tolerant society, being a sexual minority still means being a minority, and thus living a life in which being understood and accepted by the majority will often be an uphill battle. And that means even when you're not facing open, ugly prejudice, life as a gay person can still be quite irritating at times due to an ongoing lack of understanding many otherwise well-meaning people have towards gays. In fact, somewhat paradoxically, I dare say that the rise of greater social tolerance towards gays, or at the very least the expectation of that sort of tolerance, has probably helped enable some of the obnoxious behavior directed at gay people I want to talk about today. So I was recently on the receiving end of one of my biggest pet peeves as far as this kind of stuff goes, namely citing a gay person's gayness as the single most relevant and important thing about them. As you guys know, I have been quite active in opposing a piece of legislation that has been making its way through the Canadian Parliament, Bill C-11. I've talked about it a billion times. And I was recently interviewed by the Canadian Press, one of this country's major news syndicates, about my efforts. And in the ensuing story, here is how they identified me on first mention. JJ McCullough, an LGBTQ content creator from Vancouver. I mean, on one level, yeah, this is literally true. I am a content creator who is LGBTQ. But is this really the most relevant adjective that readers need to understand who I am? The video you are watching right now is actually one of the very few I've ever made in which I discuss LGBT issues. Viewers are sometimes surprised to learn that I'm gay, just because it doesn't often come up on my channel. The fact that I'm 38 years old, or middle class, or even white is probably more useful information to an uninformed reader trying to get a sense of what kind of creator I am. But to a certain sort of person, I guess the fact that I'm gay is the most noteworthy thing about me. The thing that jumps to the top of the hierarchy of relevant JJ facts, because to them, gay people are still this very rare and exotic class of creature, meaning it is always very exciting and newsworthy whenever a gay person does anything. It's not just me, of course. Lots of public figures wind up getting defined by their sexuality in a similar way. Before anything else, their reputation is being the gay actor, or the gay musician, or the gay newsman, or the gay CEO, or whatever. Even worse is when you get compared to other gay people who are in a sort of vaguely similar field to you, but with whom you otherwise have very little in common other than the fact that you're also gay. So for example, I have had people compare me to Dave Rubin or even Milo Yiannopoulos, two men with whom I feel I have very little meaningful overlap beyond the fact that we are gay guys who have opinions on things, I guess. But if you think of people as being primarily defined by their sexuality, then analyzing the careers of people in a way that begins with their LGBT status and working down from there makes perfect sense, I guess. I mean, I do think it is good when we acknowledge members of minority groups whose very existence represents social progress, those who have accomplished things that people like them would have never been permitted to achieve a generation ago. But there definitely comes a point where the existence of that social progress is now pretty obvious to everyone, and fixating on somebody's minority status as like the fact about them starts to cross the line from being supportive and celebratory to just reductive and condescending. And speaking of condescension, here is annoying thing number 2, unsolicited approval of gay relationships. But before we get to that, I hope you will permit me to share a brief word from today's sponsor, Brilliant. Hello friends, so today's sponsor is indeed Brilliant, the very popular math and science education website that you can visit today at brilliant.org. And once you get there, you will see that it is home to thousands of fun, interactive lessons on basically every scientific or mathematical principle you could possibly hope to learn. Now, I know that here on this channel we talk mostly about social studies type things, history and culture and politics and contemporary social debates like the one we're talking about today. So you might be thinking, oh, science and math, that boring stuff is not relevant to my interests. But that's where you're wrong, because the intersection of science and math with social cultural issues is actually huge. And if you're not naturally interested in these topics, a site like Brilliant can be a very useful way to help fill the gaps in your knowledge. For example, the future of energy is a huge topic in politics these days, but how much do you know about the fundamentals of how electricity is even produced? Brilliant has a course on that you might want to give a try. Or how about statistics? People throw around stats in every argument about everything these days, but do you know how to tell a good stat from a bad stat? Brilliant has a course that can teach you that too. Brilliant courses are fun and very visual, with nice graphics and plenty of interactive parts. They are designed for busy people with the intent of helping you gradually accumulate useful knowledge in as little as 15 minutes a day. If you're interested in taking advantage of everything Brilliant has to offer, why not head over to brilliant.org/JJ for a full 30-day free trial. The first 200 of you who sign up will get 20% off their annual subscription cost as well. Brilliant, the best way to learn. So, here is something that has happened to me a few times that I think many of my gay viewers will be able to relate to. I have been out on a date or out with somebody that I'm seeing, and some stranger comes up to me and congratulates me for what I'm doing. Like, here is a specific example. A while ago, I was on a first date with some guy, and I guess things were going well because we were holding hands as we were walking together through the park, and this random middle-aged woman comes up to us at one point and she is like, I just wanted to say that I think what you two are doing is just great. I can tell you guys are just so much in love, and I think that's wonderful. Now, cringe as that sounds, I have repeatedly been on the receiving end of comments very much like that one many times over the years. Some people apparently think I crave strangers' approval of my relationship, which might not even be a relationship in the first place. Obviously, I understand what is motivating this, and obviously it comes from a good place. People are aware that there was a time in which showing any sort of same-sex affection in public would be extremely risky behavior, and by going out of their way to express that they're okay with what they're seeing, they want to demonstrate how far society has come. But I don't think the opposite of overt prejudice has to be overt approval. I frankly think it is far more reflective of social progress when once controversial things become so common that they are not explicitly remarked upon anymore. But, you know, when people go out of their way to ostentatiously declare that they are cool with gay people doing some gay thing in public, I think we all know that it's really more about them. They are seeking to broadcast their own pride and their own personal sense of enlightenment, which is a good thing to have, but hey, maybe keep it to yourself, eh? All right, and the third obnoxious thing I want to talk about is the relentless sexualizing of all same-sex relationships a gay person has. What I am talking about here is this idea that if a gay man is friends with another man, or a gay woman is friends with another woman, then they must surely be in love with them and want to have sex with them. Or, from the other perspective, if a straight man or woman is close friends with a gay person of the same sex, then surely that person must actually be gay as well, or is at least in the process of turning gay. Gossip of this sort is something that I have personally often been on the receiving end of whenever I have a close friendship with a straight man. When I was younger, I noticed it tended to be something that worried some of my male friends' parents in particular. Like, you sure are spending a lot of time around that gay guy JJ. People are gonna start asking questions. So the idea that gay people have some sort of out-of-control predatory lust is of course a very old stereotype, But a version of this has also survived and thrived in more modern times, where it is often weirdly integrated into a form of progressive tolerance. So maybe the gay friend isn't necessarily turning his friend gay per se, maybe he's just helping him come out. And isn't that nice? Oh, what a nice thing you're doing, helping him out like that. Whatever narrative people dream up, I really hate this way of thinking because I see it as such a big obstacle to building meaningful friendships among diverse peoples, and in turn, an obstacle to building meaningful, diverse communities more broadly. I don't think it is good when gay people only have gay friends or straight people only have straight friends, but if people insist on relentlessly sexualizing friendships that transcend sexual groups, then people will be rationally nervous about having those sorts of friendships. And like I said, it's not just about stamping out homophobia either. Like, yes, some straight people will clearly find it offensive if people think that they're gay, but I think that when you sexualize a friendship, you're also implying a lot of negative things about what is motivating that relationship. Like, Billy's only friends with Peter because Peter's hot, as opposed to because Billy and Peter have a lot in common or respect each other at some deep personal level. It's elevating sex as the presumed main motive for why anyone does anything in life, which I think is a broader problem in our culture overall these days. Now, is it possible a gay person can have a crush on a friend of the same sex? Sure, of course, anyone can be attracted to anyone. But I do think in general that most gay people are capable of grasping the concept of when someone is romantically or sexually unavailable. I think that gay people are often especially attuned to this, in fact, just because historically, one of the worst, most dangerous things you could do as a gay is come on to a straight person who is not interested. But even then, I don't want to imply that a gay person being friends with a straight person somehow requires this deep act of willpower to avoid sexualizing the relationship. A lot of times you just never think of them that way, in the same way you don't think about a lot of people in your life in a sexual way. I guess a lot of what I'm saying could also apply to straight friends of the opposite sex, which is also something that society tends to unfairly stigmatize and sexualize and can foster enormous jealousy within straight relationships. But that said, I do think that male-male or female-female friendships are uniquely important things to protect just because they tend to be the default form of friendship for most people. So when it comes to gay or lesbian people wanting friends of the same sex, I think we should be very careful in how we talk about these relationships, just because I think that same-sex friendships are some of the most important relationships any of us will ever have, which makes it cruel or even traumatizing to gaslight or pathologize gay people who pursue this very basic human need. So yeah, those are a couple of my personal annoyances when it comes to being a gay man living in the year 2023. I know I have a lot of LGBTQ people in my audience, so I would be very keen to hear from you guys about what kind of somewhat less common pet peeves you have about how other people or the culture at large treats you in the 21st century. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next week.
I have no idea how I'm
that will
doing
tell
this.
me that like 50% of their class.
Alright, so this is one Sun sent me. Queer theory has taken over medicine. It's not good. Wait, no, this one I found. Sun sent me something else.
Is trans. 9 years old.
What the hell?
9?
Yes.
Harvard Hospital claims babies know in womb if they are transgender. Okay, so first question is, if they are just a clump of cells, how do they know that they're trans if they're not like an actual human being with feelings? Like, I'm pro-choice, but I'm also pro-consistency and pro-science. This isn't based in science at all. In fact, they did get a lot of for saying this and actually wound up deleting the video in question.
So most of the patients that we have in the GEMS clinic actually know their gender, usually around the age of puberty, but a good portion of children do know as early as seemingly from the womb, and they will usually express their gender identity as very young children, some as soon as they can talk.
Seemingly from the womb, again, doesn't make sense. Like 99% of trans and gender ideology is the same thing these days. In fact, science has been taken over by queer theory. Rates of gender dysphoria in children have doubled since 2017. In the US, 300,000 teens now identify as trans, which is insane. Not surprising though, a majority of these teens live in blue cities run by
Need ibuprofen and Tylenol. All right. Excuse me. Shit.
Democrats and progressives. We have not seen the same spike in gender dysphoric teens in redder states like Utah. Some will argue, of course, that more people are coming out because the rate of acceptance of trans people and LGBT people in general is going up. While that's not the case, if having gender dysphoria is innate, then it would be going up more across the board. Yet, we're not seeing that. Once again, making me believe even more that queer theory has taken over science. We now have to agree that biology is ever-changing and sex is mutable. To that, I would say, if sex is indeed mutable, how do people know who to rape and sex traffic? How do they know who to give circumcision to? You know what? I really miss when we were told that sex and gender or gender expression are totally different things. I can get behind that, and I do. Sex is biological, where gender is whether you feel at home or not in your body. Gender dysphoria has been proven to be a scientific, actual disorder or actual real thing that people experience. Brains are tricky like that, right? There was even a scientific study a few years back that proved this to be very likely even back then. Do you remember the story about the twins? One of them had a botched circumcision. The parents decided to raise him as a girl. He got the surgeries, had massive gender dysphoria his entire life, and then when he found out the truth that he was being raised as a girl even though he was male and was a boy that did not have gender dysphoria, that had gender dysphoria because he had these surgeries, wound up committing suicide. This very experiment proved that raising somebody as the opposite gender doesn't make them the opposite gender. And you know what? Most of us in the LGBT community and overall society were on board with this because of course science is backed. Because of course this is backed by science. But now, people on the left are claiming that sex and gender are the same thing again, which, again, doesn't make much sense to me. One of our favorite progressive trans guys said, "A short manifesto on why I think sex and gender are the same thing, and efforts to distinguish them are misguided and harmful. Sex/gender refers to a set of psychological, expressive, and behavioral conditions and characteristics that we have generally assigned to two binary categories." Okay, wrong. Sex, by definition, is about gametes. Can somebody produce ova or sperm? My friend Zach Elliott says it the best. Binary describes the number of sexes in a species. 2. Dimorphism describes the extent of the differences between the two sexes of a given species in body and behavior. Can those things cause people of a certain sex to have certain psychological, expressive, or behavioral characteristics? Of course. Also, in saying that, it doesn't mean that there aren't nuances in the way somebody's body, male or female, presents itself as far as weight distribution, body hair. Of course, some males have more breast tissue than some females. Of course, some females have more body hair than some males. Being a lesbian, I'm not the biggest fan of body hair, although people would think otherwise since everybody on the far left is obsessed with showing theirs. Like literally everywhere you go on dating sites, these new non-binary lesbians are showing off their armpit hair. It used to be a feminist thing, now it's a non-binary queer thing. To each their own, but if you are like me and choose and want to groom yourself, you're gonna love today's sponsor, Joves. It's an amazing laser hair removal kit. I will say it's not a one-hit fixes-all thing. You do have to use this quite a few times until the hair completely goes away if that's the look you're going for. If you're Italian like me, I mean, it might take you. Removal kit from Joves will save you a ton of money in the long run. Also,
that's a big fucking ad. Jesus Christ.
Confused kids. Here's what she had to say. Do you think queer theory is taking over medicine? Meaning, do you think that doctors are just listening to queer activists, or do you think the medical field is caving to queer activism instead of actually diagnosing people properly?
I think there's a spectrum. There are some who are rah-rah on board with it. I don't think there's that many, though. A lot of them are buying into the financial. It's lucrative. I think other ones are
a heavy hammer. I gotta be level 6.
It. I don't know if I want to use the phrase social contagion, but I do think there's an aspect of that. Every kid on the planet is uncomfortable with puberty. I'm not saying that kids aren't having distress, even with kids who aren't identifying as trans, but kids who are having other kinds of mental health issues, is that we have more and more kids not develop the ability to self-soothe, manage frustration. This narrative that we're not allowed to question it almost always is another underlying mental health issue. That is not saying that there's something wrong with them or they're crazy or anything like that, but there's something else going on. So I had weight loss surgery, actually, several years ago. I was 41. I had to have a psych eval, but yet we can like fast track kids.
And a lot of them are autistic and they're misconstruing with gender dysphoria.
When you have that okay, I'm different and people are looking at me different. Well,
maybe I am different.
Yeah, I finally figured this game out. All I had to do was get drunk.
That they want to transition to be males.
Whee!
That is
What the fuck?
hugely trauma induced. If you're
Hell yeah.
straight, cis, male or female, you're boring. One of the things that scares me the most about this
boring.
is not only are you making these life-altering decisions, you have now cut down your potential partner pool considerably. As far as I know, any of these doctors, they're not even giving them all of the information. Dangers of puberty blockers. All of the medical concerns, you have the ongoing lifetime medical treatment that you have to go through.
Thank you so much, Shelly, for being on the channel. You're amazing. And I just wanted to segue to some sense spoken by my trans friend Sarah, who believes in science because she's smart. There were a whole lot of S's in that sentence, but you know what? It's about to get real.
So my friend Colin Wright said it best. Gender dysphoria is the only psychological condition that we are told can ultimately be diagnosed by the patient, and that doctors are nothing more than evil gatekeepers standing in the way of them becoming their true self. This is incredibly dangerous messaging. And like self-diagnosing, the same thing goes for self-identification. We apparently now have this totally non-circular definition of what it means to be a woman. A woman is an adult human whose subconscious sex is female. And this is the absolute insanity of it all. It's all about the subconscious.
That sounds like a dude.
Now, I'll show you how this doesn't make any sense. Here's a tweet by trans activist India Willoughby. Tell you what, Ellie, stick your photo and name up and we'll discuss your private anatomy. I'm at zero risk of prostate cancer having changed sex. Fact. You know nothing about trans medicine as proven by the ignorance shown in your earlier tweet. Why are you obsessed
What the fuck?
India, you are a male. You still have a prostate. Even my doctors advised me when I started taking hormones that yes, prostate cancer is less likely because most of the drugs that they give you are the same drugs that they give males to treat prostate cancer, but they also tell you that you have to get tested at the age of 40, or the normal age that you would have to get tested anyways. And even if you have surgery, they don't remove the prostate. It's still there. This idea that you change sex or that sex is not immutable, that is queer theory. That is postmodern theory. You don't change sex. You're still a male. Your brain is
Maybe Sun did send this video. It sounds like one of hers.
Another friend of mine weighed in. Since you blocked me, India, not sure you will see this, but maybe one of your goons can send it to you. You are a fraud. You do not have a cervix. I do. You have a prostate. You will be held liable for the damage you are doing to trans health. And Buck's right. People that want to deny biology end up harming trans people in the end. Because then these children are out there and they think that you don't have to get these health screenings that you do. It's dangerous, and in the end, you will be held liable.
With all this insanity over the last year or so specifically, we've had a number of other sane doctors come and speak out against all of this, seeing it from both the inside and the outside. Let's see what his thoughts are. I found him because he originally had tweeted this. Something I've been afraid to say publicly. I used to be a clinician in trans medicine. I did hormone readiness assessments for youth until I read through the research and discovered the truth for myself. Queer theory has taken over gender medicine. I voiced my concern about the current practice on the trans community and was blacklisted and smeared. Youth and families aren't being well supported by the informed consent model. There's no safety net and we're lying to them about what gender dysphoria is. I even had some girls in my practice leave my office excited to go back to being girls. It hadn't occurred to them that there are different kinds of girls. I didn't do conversion therapy. I provided honest education and loving support for who they are. It was their free choice. I honestly think I would have changed my mind about transitioning too if someone would have been honest with me. If I really understood the full implications and I was affirmed and supported as being somewhat of a butch dyke, let's say, that's the truth. Those who silence me can piss off. The activists who are mainly pushing for the informed consent model are being selfish at the expense of vulnerable kids, mostly girls, which is why I also continuously am speaking up about this. Unfortunately, it needs to be added that no, I wasn't practicing with zero education or knowledge. Prior to the year I spent digging into the research.
Did you send me this video or did I find it?
I was well within
I think you might have been the next video.
Which is sad.
Yeah, you were the next video.
I'm very grateful, and so are
Hey, I figured the game out. All I had to do was get drunk.
Speaking out about the gender confusion, gender ideology, becoming the science, so to speak. And even though the truth is slowly coming to fruition, token, we still want to make a ton of these videos to prevent kids that are just gender non-conforming or lesbian or gay or bisexual from transing themselves because they think they can't be a certain way. When it comes to this, the truth really is quite...
Couldn't have found it. I think you found it. Is that a heartbreak or a heart? I can't see it. It's tiny.
It's simple. My friend Colin said it best. Your sex doesn't determine who you are. Your sex determines what you are in terms of basic sexual biology. I hope that made a ton of sense for those of you at home watching for the first time. Make sure you click subscribe and go and check out our sponsored jobs. Make sure you support brands who support this channel. And other than that, I will see you guys back here on this channel in a few days with a brand new video. Until then,
look,
I love you, love yourselves, keep supporting.
I have jelly beans for the first time in ages.
The crazy gender ideology.
I will enjoy those tomorrow. And probably not much.
Blair White and Buck Angel are based AF.
Consequences of my actions. They're the worst.
I like both of them, but Blair White is fucking crazy. I mean, they're both crazy. They are kind of crazy, but Blair White is a bit too crazy for me. Buck Angel... well, Buck Angel's a horny old broad, and that's about where it begins and ends. But Blair White has problems. Problems of a California nature.
Sunseal, Blair White is literally a Cali girl who got red-pilled.
A Cali girl in a Cali boy's body. Fuck.
Tiresome dance of get goodery. I assume you're talking about people who want to gatekeep the difficulty of particular video games. In this case, Elden Ring. And you know what? Good on them! Because what they want and what the developers seem to want lines up, and it's extremely popular. You see, Jim, not everything is for you. And I can imagine it is somewhat tiring to have to fight against both developers and their many fans to try and take something they love and change it into something you want for yourself. I'm not particularly concerned if you're tired of fighting a battle that I hope you lose. Now, before we delve into what I know will simply be a very well-reasoned and thoughtful bit of content by Jim Sterling, I would like to remind you all that I currently have an amazing plush from the talented folks over at Makeshift. For a limited time, a very limited time, you have the opportunity to support me and the talent over there by purchasing one of these super cool plushy sheepy dogs of yours truly. They've been selling really well, so every one purchased by you guys helps me out a great deal. And honestly, they've done a fantastic job. These look great.
Son, play this game with me.
Below. Please go give it a look.
When it's next on sale. It might still be on sale.
Very much appreciated.
I don't remember.
On to Jim Sterling.
Elden Ring has been released, and with it...
Fuck me, that is a disturbing looking individual. It looks like a witch! Like a hag! Like Gruntilda! He looks like Gruntilda! It's the fucking face, it's the fucking jowls.
Sunseal, INTRS Daily, this was Rag's last video. 5 months ago. He's still doing EFAP, but he's not posted in almost half a year.
EFAP? What the fuck? Who? What? I don't know who this individual is. I don't know who that individual is either, but it looks like a witch. A witch! A witch! Can we burn it?
Flurry of discourse. But the only real point in this discussion to be...
Look, it sounds like a dude. I'm sorry, son. That sounds like a dude.
Oh, we're doing a thing, aren't we? This is a thing.
And I'm going to
Sunseal, every frame a cost. EFAP. Julia _ Sura. No, that's no witch. That's a what?
Enjoying the game.
Wow, right out of the gate with a bitterness. I see what you're doing. You're making fun of a person that might only exist due to statistical inevitability. This reminds me of the last video I did, the discourse, if you could even call it that, of Elden Ring and the Dark Souls games. It seems to draw out this air of arrogance from detractors, not the fans. I promise I didn't plan this. I don't care about Elden Ring at all. I don't play it, probably never will. It's this game that just sort of seems to sit in the center of a few relevant controversies. Quantum TV, Jim Sterling, they both open their video with mocking people who want others to leave their game alone. maybe there's just this, I don't know, terrible, cruel cabal of awful mean Elden Ring players out there, but I wonder if we'll actually have them pointed out, or if their
Sunseal, do you know why Jim
existence is
Sterling
best
constantly moved from
left
black/white/red to purple/pink/black?
ambiguously non-verified?
No, why?
1v1 me as we discuss the themes, bruh.
Yeah, I think generally if you're going to open a
Okay, wait.
Me as we discuss the themes, bruh.
Those eyes are terrifying. And I say that as somebody who can't actually see him. He's about 2 inches further than I can see. But I can see that those eyes are terrifying. He has drunk some kind of Kool-Aid that has made him nuts.
Yeah, I think generally if you're
He is a zealot.
Sunseal, because if he kept the red while transitioning, he'd look like BBC child predator, Jimmy Savile. Sunseal.
People who want
he
to
would look like
discuss the
Savile.
themes of the game, or is that not what you're saying? It's a little confusing. I don't know, maybe something you can work on for future videos.
I think that's all that really needs to be acknowledged, but I get paid to make videos, so I can't just go, so I suppose we better talk about video games. Instead of playing them.
These two adjacent sentences, they're odd as a pair.
I get paid to make videos, so I can't just go.
You're saying you wish you could just leave, but you're only staying because it makes you money, which is not a great way to open a video and endear me to your character off the bat. It makes me wonder about the motivations for what you say to come. Apparently you're only in this for the money?
So I suppose we better talk about video games. Instead of playing them.
You lament the fact you can't just play video games here, but you acknowledge that you are paid to not play them. If creating YouTube videos makes you miserable and you don't want to do it, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should do something else that you enjoy doing. If you would rather play games, then maybe streaming is something you should put more of a focus on. Is talking about video games not something you enjoy, not something you want to do? I enjoy these things, financial viability or not. I think it's an interesting topic, and the discourse surrounding video games will likely never end. There's so much to say and express yourself with. And I do recognize that this is probably, maybe, all framed by Jim as some kind of a joke, this opening bit. But is it really? What is the joke here exactly? The joke is, what? That Jim wouldn't be making this video unless Jim got paid?
You know, I'm not one for the just shut up and play fucking video games rhetoric.
I've noticed when people say that, just shut up and play video games, it's generally used in response to someone who's looking way too deep into something and won't drop something, and they're being very annoying, and everyone else just wants you to go away. So if that's what you're being told all the time,
I do, in fact, find it quite tasteless and borderline offensive at times.
Again, sometimes people just want
offensive! Oh no, he's offended!
Say to dismiss your presence.
Son, am I okay to misgender him? You're trans, so you obviously speak for the entire community. So you can tell me whether or not I'm allowed to misgender him because he sounds like a dude. What's funny is you don't sound like a dude. You sound like a chick. And you didn't have to take hormones or nothing. You're just naturally effeminate, and thus you sound like a chick, which is the thing you wanted to sound like in the first place. So you're a better trans person than him? This is interesting, kind of. Son, is this your favorite time of year, when I'm all drunk and fucked up?
Sunseal, I, quote, misgender him, unquote. Sunseal,
okay,
and yes.
Or is it not okay? If something's borderline offensive, is it not
I'm
offensive?
I know
so it's
that.
okay because it isn't offensive, or is it approaching offensive? So it's
oh yeah, I killed him. How about
offensive, that? So we shouldn't say it, but that would make it offensive, right? Because if it isn't offensive, you wouldn't have an. I don't know. That's fine. I don't know. I guess I just don't care if you're offended, Jim.
I'm often told to just shut up and play video games when I dare to talk about industry abuse or examine game industry trends through a moral political lens, or when I talk about social
you're good to
issues
misgender
on
Jim
my
fucking Sterling,
social
son.
media.
I mean, I don't know. I really need to make some bingo cards, because we've already started off with unfair characterization of other people that isn't going to get evidence, let's be frank. We have, I'm only doing this for the money. and now we have boo-hoo, people are saying things to me I don't like. I don't know what the strategy here is. If it's try to be unlikable, it's working pretty good.
The just play games attitude prevalent in the online gaming community is intellectually lazy.
Yeah.
Jim Sterling sounds like Adam Pacitti. That's a weird connection. Also, the Snorlax kind of looks like him. Bro, he needs to lose weight and get a breast implant. So that, you know, he's got the tits that he wants, but also that he's not a big fat fucking blob of white goo. Okay, I was a big fat fucking blob of white goo. God, that sounds weird to say. And somehow I learned how to tan and not be fat. Today, notwithstanding, because it was Deric's birthday, and oh my god, he made such good food.
Sunseal, Jim got implants. LOL. You didn't notice?
No, because I'm 5 inches away from the screen. I can't... Wait, no. How far am I from the screen? Like, this is definitely further than 5 inches. Is that like a foot away? Maybe? Anyway, I'm far enough away that I can't see him properly. Except that he's white and blobby and a witch. Can we burn him?
That's kind of the point. People just want you to go away because you're being annoying if they constantly tell you that. Nobody says that thinking it's an intellectual argument. They just want you to go away. Whether their sentiment is justified or not is an entirely different thing that I don't care to get into. Or is that intellectually lazy?
Philosophically cowardly.
Philosophically cowardly. Okay, calm down, Jim.
And typifies aggressively apathetic centrism that one finds embodied by the privileged entitlement of a class
horny woman
of
would be
nerds
gushing at that
has
foot,
never
Max.
had to think about a real problem in their lifetime.
Oh!
God, you are bitter.
I found out a thing. We measured me. I'm slightly above average. I'm not a foot or nothing, but I'm slightly above average. That makes me a happy chappy. Even though I can't really use it that often. Well, now I can, but now it's more her issue. She has to get more flexible. But boy, howdy, for those brief seconds before my lungs give out. But yeah, it was nice. It turns out that even though I was born 3 months early, I'm still just a little bit above average.
Aggressively apathetic centrism.
Sunseal, she needs flexibility to match your reach.
Aggressively apathetic. Seems kind of
nice reference.
To me.
That's a good reference.
Maybe you mean they go out of their way to be apathetic when they shouldn't? Because I suppose in your mind, it's bad to just want to sit down and play a video game without tying some political opinion or stance to your
Sunseal, I hoped you'd catch it.
It just seems to be this horrifically toxic attitude.
I wish to God that fucking game, that mod hadn't fucked up the...
It's even worse. If you aren't with me enough,
I was having
loudly
fun with
enough, constantly enough, you are against me. I guess
I'm against it.
Position. You can't just want to be left alone to enjoy a video game for what it is and have fun. You can't just be a warrior class. You have to be a social justice warrior class.
I'm a warrior class. See, I've got a hammer and everything.
Centrism is all right. If you have a mix of left and right and center opinions and you come out averaging into a more middle position, you know, maybe that's not so bad at all. I think it means that you're willing to entertain ideas from across the political spectrum without being an extremist or an ideologue. As long as centrism is where you end up in some pre-made destination or goal you're aiming for, I think that's totally fine and respectable. But I will say this, beware of people who see a lack of partisanship as a character flaw. And this idea that people are... What did you call them?
One finds embodied by the privileged entitlement of a class of nerds that has never had to think about a real problem in their lifetime.
A privileged entitlement of a class of nerds that has never had to think about a real problem in their lifetime. Jim, everybody's got problems. Maybe not the same amount of problems, maybe not the same kind of problems, but Jim, we all got problems. Some people don't have the incredible privilege of making YouTube videos for a living like you and I do, even if you only do it for the money, I guess. Most people work hard, tough, long jobs day in and day out. Some people have tough lives. And for many people, All they want to do is to get back home, take off their shoes, plop down on the couch, and have fun with the video game. They want to escape the problems they have. They want to smile and have fun for a while, and that's all there is to it. For you to paint all these uncountable people into bad guys and enemies that they don't have real problems with these kinds of insults, it's honestly a really slimy thing to do. What have you become, Jim?
All that said,
what
if hardcore From Software fans could just shut the fuck up and play video games, I think I'd enjoy that very, very much.
Do they not?
Let me specify that. I'm talking about a particular type of supposed, alleged, hardcore From Software fan.
But you've determined that they aren't really hardcore From Software fans. You see, this is YouTube speak for, I don't think these people are actually fans of From Software, because if they were, they would agree with me. I hope that later in this video,
they're mean to me. Wow.
That you use to distinguish the real fans from the fake fans. That would be really useful for the rest of us to know.
A new From Software game has been unleashed upon the world, and with it has come the same tiresome, dreary, circular discourse that occurs whenever FromSoft offers up its particular blend of challenge, depth, beautiful bleakness, and obfuscating lore.
Very sorry that you had to listen to 15.3 seconds of Jim Sterling uninterrupted. Just think about how I feel. And also, don't worry, any negative side effects are temporary and will subside shortly. Jim, dear Jim, do you edit your own videos? I don't know. You probably have it in the credits. I don't really care to check. Whoever edits your videos, be they Jim or otherwise, you can join all the viewers of this video in a quick little game, a little test, a little experiment, if you will.
If you will.
I'm going to display on the screen for 2.1
Ooh, I got a thing.
Image, and when you see this image, I want you to think about what your eyes seek out first. Ready?
Ew.
In the 2.1 seconds that you had to read that image, what was the first thing that your eyes
That fucking ad. That dipshit bullshit fucking ad. Because it's everywhere. And also that font right there is small.
Yeah, it was that for me too.
Wait! Making Souls games accessible isn't the same as making them easy. I agree with that!
Was Destiny 2, the Witch Queen. Now, obviously, this won't apply to everybody, but I think the vast majority of people will have their eyes dart to the words that are prominently displayed in the center of that image. So, if you want people to look at the title of the article that you are referencing in the 2.1 seconds that you show it, while also listening to you, well, gosh, now that I say it all out loud, maybe you just shouldn't have had this image at all. Also, I went to this article. It's not all that good. I might do a dog bites on it, but, I say skip it. 2 images later, while you say circular discourse, you display this image. This is a 2-year-old post from the Elden Ring subreddit. The title, which you seem to have omitted conspicuously in your presentation here, is Saddens Me. Casuals are going to moan about Elden Ring's difficulty. I wonder why you cut that one out. I suppose you or your editor thought that this picture in particular would summarize the concept of circular discourse. Now, I would expect something that was circular discourse to be a little bit higher upvoted than only 74%, and this post only has an upvote rating of 27, which is not particularly high.
Updates.
Out of curiosity, I sorted by the top comments, and the highest upvoted comment in response to this post is, obviously, if the game is too hard for you, then you are not its target demographic. I don't understand why some people don't get this. The game doesn't have to cater to you. Instead, you should find a game that fits your skill level. Or, get good. If you manage to get good, then you were their target demographic from the start. They really do need to get good, though. The third highest rated reply to this comment on Reddit says that you shouldn't brag about being good and diminish the people who aren't because it makes the community look bad. In fact, I found multiple comments that said this. If this is your example of circular discourse, then I'm gonna have to ask what you mean by circular discourse. And I know it seems like I'm really putting the anal and analyze here when I'm looking at a 1 second long visual that he plays, but this is the visual, this is the example that he put in his video for circular discourse, and I just don't see it. I
I've got
need
to
to know
level
what
6.
you mean by circular discourse now, because it just flat out doesn't seem to be here. Whatever you're using this as an example of, I don't know what it is. In fact, the discussion in the example that you chose to use, it kind of goes against your characterization of these Elden Ring players, if I'm to be honest.
As per the usual, the endless debate over game difficulty and accessibility has reared its all too familiar head, and while I usually wade into the fray with embattled diligence to argue that easy modes are perfectly acceptable, optional, and not—
Fuck you! Let me clarify. In Elden Ring, and I have made a video on this, if you go to my YouTube, Maxwell_Manor, and you look for Elden Ring, you will find 2 videos on it. I go over this. When a game is meant to be difficult, you don't fuck with the difficulty, because it's meant to be difficult. What you do is you fuck with all the other shit. You add options for all the other shit that the game is not meant to be. The map should be accessible, because the map is supposed to be accessible. The compass and the cameras and the controls and all that shit are supposed to be accessible. The game itself is supposed to be nut-punchingly hard. Fine. Oh, fuck. Damn. Anyway.
not at all problematic in literally any video game.
Well, except for game developers who don't want their games to be easy, which is a perfectly reasonable and understandable creative choice that they can make when designing challenges for people to play. From Software, it seems to be their thing. I don't want to take that away from them, especially when what they've created seems to be extremely popular and beloved. If I was going to make a video game, then I would want to make one that has a decent level of challenge, because I want to challenge the people who buy it. I want to present challenges to players to overcome. It would be nice if people who beat my video game...
Sunseal, I'm really glad you did this drunk and with meat sweats. I'm getting unfiltered truth.
Pride that felt
Huh?
If...
Wait. I've always told the truth. Where did I not tell the truth? Yeah, Deric made a fuckload of meat. Oh, you saw that in the fucking food thread. I had a little bit of everything. I had some potato salad, I had some coleslaw, I had some beef, I had some pork, I had a hot dog, and I had a hamburger, and I had a bowl of salt tots. A small bowl of salt tots. Regular bowl of salt tots. Not a big fucking overflowy bowl like I used to have. And then I immediately went for a walk, because of course I fucking did. And then I came home and drank.
Beating my game had a level of
Yulia_Sura and boozes. Yummy meat and yummy boozes.
Yeah,
this
shit is
the
really good.
And every once in a while, the ice at the top sort of just falls over and hits the metal of the...
Sunseal, not that you didn't tell the truth, it's that you are not thinking about it. You're just saying.
Anyway, it would be kind of nice if there was some...
I always do that, though.
...to people beating my game. That would make me feel good, and it would certainly feel good to the people who played my game and beat it. Plus, that's my artistic, creative decision, and it's not something for you to change. You're the man that I change, and you can't give me one good reason why I should, especially considering that I specifically don't want my game to be for everybody.
I'm not going to argue anymore, because it's not an argument these days, it's just a performance.
Are you saying that people who disagree with you and don't think that every game should have an easy mode, you're saying that they don't have any arguments for that, they're just performing? Do you understand how ironic that sounds? No, you don't. If you did, you wouldn't have said it.
The community is on autopilot with this endlessly repetitive debate.
Nuh-uh.
Flight of the Navigator is awesome. You can fuck right off, good sir.
Repetitive debate. See, I can do it too. It's easy.
There's no hope of a resolution.
I don't know. I think there's always going to be people who think like you. I think there's always going to be people who think like me. I don't engage in arguments because that specific argument one day, I believe, will simply be resolved. Especially things like this that are certainly not objective. The fights on these discussions, they may be perpetual. They will outlive you and I, Jim. But I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to fight. And hopefully along the way, I'll change a few minds.
Long ago, this whole discussion became nothing but an exercise in grandstanding.
I don't know what you're talking about. I legitimately don't. I'm not grandstanding, so... I mean, I want to make videos and get views and have an audience and get my perspective out there. Like, sure, there's some performative element to all of the videos that we make, but I do believe this. It's It's not just some grandstanding performance. I actually believe what I'm saying. If you're talking about how you think it's futile because there is some subset of the, I guess, Elden Ring community, in your view, that is going to think a certain way or act a certain way, I mean, I guess that's up to you. If that's your shit point, then fine. I guess I'm just glad that I don't think that way.
I've pointed out before that for all my show gets accused of repeating points, which it does, yes, actual gamer discourse is itself perpetually recycled garbage.
Absolutely disagree with that. 100% I disagree with that. Look, I don't even play Elden Ring. I don't give a shit about Elden Ring. Probably never play it. It's not for me. You don't hear me whining and bitching about how it needs to be easier. When it can't, I'm just making noises now. I'm sorry. I have a podcast called Every Frame of Pause, and we did an episode for many hours on Elden Ring, and we had a wide variety of differing perspectives. Some people didn't like it as much as other people. Some people loved it. Some people were in the middle. There was a lot to criticize, a lot to talk about. The discussion on the difficulty of the game certainly arose, and I heard things I'd never heard before. I was genuinely listening to other people's perspectives, even if I didn't have a particular care about specifically playing Elden Ring. And it just seems like whining at this point. You said actual gamer discourse is itself perpetually recycled garbage. I don't know how someone... I just do not have this horrifically negative and derisive opinion on gamers and their discourse that you do. And I'm pretty black-pilled about a lot of stuff, like movies and things of that nature, general audiences and the way they see things, but I'm not going to give up on trying to change minds. I'm not going to take this fatalist attitude that it's all just doom and gloom, and I'm not going to... don't like it. This whole video is just coming across as you being bitter and whining.
The same tiny handful of debates repeating themselves over and over again.
I don't think that the gaming discourse is just a tiny handful of topics, but if you do, then I don't know. Look harder.
Stupid and insignificant controversies surrounding review scores.
Yes, I am certain, Jim, that there are some controversies that relate to gaming scores that are indeed insignificant and not worthy of discussion.
I can't wait to show this to Bulbasaur.
I'm certain that there are also...
He'll be amazed at what finally got me to figure the game out. Being drunk.
Why certain publications and certain people give certain things the scores that they give them, that can be potentially very interesting.
You go boom!
If they're very influential persons and publications. I find this particular comment very odd, considering that even...
The thing I find the absolute funniest, and this has nothing to do with the video, it's the fact that Deric about fell down the fucking stairs, and he's not even close to as drunk as I am. And yet I am able to fully control my body as it weebles and wobbles and doesn't fall down. Notwithstanding the throwing of doggy treats. I still hurl those fucking things like bullets. But, like, in terms of navigating myself... kind of funny that I could be super drunk and still not fall downstairs like Deric does.
I remember a particular video that you made a number of years back. A video called, So About That Time I Gave Hellblade a 1 out of 10. Because you gave Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice a 1 out of 10, then you made this video explaining why that was a mistake. When you gave Hellblade a 1 out of 10, you're an influential video game reviewer, your score mattered to a lot of people, it generated a little bit of a controversy, and then you reported on that controversy. I assume you still stand by this video? I don't see why you wouldn't, honestly. Have you changed since then? I don't know, I guess I just feel like I wouldn't be so quick to devalue I almost say it like because I want to say controversy, right? Because I'm from America land, I say controversy, but... then I hear someone else say controversy, and then my brain is just like, oh yeah, just do that, say that, that's fine. What was I talking about?
Whether or not a game is too woke for daring to have women and queers in it.
I mean, I don't think games are woke for just having women and queers in it. Can I say queers? Is that okay to say that word? I'm technically LGBT. I'm the B, right? So I can say
Hey, I am too. How about that?
Is that how... I don't know what the rules are today, so...
It's okay, buddy. I don't either.
He said it. He said it first. I don't know what can someone just email me like the rule book on what I am and am not allowed to say based on my skin color, sexual orientation, gender identity, sexuality. Can I just get someone send me a PDF of the rules so I know if I can say queer or not?
the gatekeeping aversion to accessibility and protest of the mythical casualization of video games and...
Wait, hold up. There's a lot in there. All right, let's do the first thing first. Accessibility and difficulty are two different things. They are adjacent. They often rub up against one another and get kind of fuzzy and conjoined in the middle, but they are two different things. I'm not necessarily keen on grouping the two together depending on what context
neither am I.
Talking about them with, because I'm pretty keyed into gaming discourse. I pay a lot of attention to it, and it is rare, if ever, I hear generally from gamers that they don't like accessibility. So when we talk about accessibility, we're talking about, remember that thing in The Last of Us 2? Shit game. But remember that thing in The Last of Us 2 that was really neat? That super high contrast mode that let people...
Yeah, that's the one. There it is.
Kind of like pick out what's happening so that they could play the game.
Bonzer.
That's not about difficulty. That's about accessibility.
You can still play the game in hard mode using that mode.
Who had a problem with that? That seems like a really good thing to have. I think we all agreed on that, regardless of where we lie on the political spectrum.
Let me put it this way. Fucking 4chan and 8chan agreed with that shit.
And I think we can all get behind that as being a good thing. It's legitimately neat. I mean, I play with some people. Like when I play, I've got some friends and acquaintances. They play Apex Legends, and they constantly talk about how much they like/hate the color blind options and the way that it looks on their game. So no one doesn't want these things. This is terrible. Okay? Not that I know of. I suppose you could find some crazy person who's literally against actual accessibility. But that is different. That is different than just saying games need to be easier. And you simultaneously cannot sit here and say that games need to have an easy mode. I'm advocating for games needing an easy mode. It's good when they have an easy mode. There's no reason for them to ever not have an easy mode and then say, ah yes, the myth of casualization. Like, I thought that... I see, this is kind of news to me. I thought that we were all in agreement that games were getting more casualized, right? Games used to be, there used to be a lot more, I guess it depends on how you want to qualify the metric of games getting more or less casual. But when people talk about old games, they don't talk about, ah yes, old games that were really, really easy. No one ever says that, where it's difficult to practically not find a game that's easy these days. As far as your claim goes, that video game casualization is only a myth, which on the face of it struck me as very bizarre, I wanted to get other people's input, so I asked a poll on YouTube, and after getting 12,000 votes, 89% of people said, yeah, there is a trend of video games getting more casualized. Is the ever-increasing presence of pay-to-win mechanics not the ultimate casualization? Where you completely remove skill and ability from the equation altogether to the point where you can just pay money to essentially freely beat the challenges? How is that not the most casualized thing that there could be? It goes past the game itself in terms of casualization. Do we want to even talk about the scourge of mobile games? Now, I don't have a problem with some games being casual. There are games that I play and I enjoy that have a casual nature, and that's part of the reason that I like those games. But to claim so matter-of-factly that it's a myth that games are generally getting more casualized, it strikes me as bizarre. Where have you been?
That's it, isn't it? Jack, are there any more things that the gamers care about?
Wait, how do you not know what gamers want? Are you that out of touch? Are you that out of tune with... You talk about games for, like, a living. How do you not know this? Are you sure you're qualified to talk about this subject? If it was said that Jim doesn't play video games at all, I can see how some people would believe that.
That pretty much is all the full-time hardcores who made their entire identity give a shit about, right?
You know, can't say I'm surprised. Label and dismiss, always a classic. These people who don't agree with me, they're just these hardcore no-lifes, and they've just made their entire existence gaming their identity, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. You don't have to listen to them. It's dumb. So, fun fact, if somebody did make gaming the core of their identity, that wouldn't mean that their arguments are wrong. It wouldn't mean that their arguments invalid. Here, how many of these people actually exist? for real. It's probably
Loot
just people
or
who are
healing.
passionate about the thing that they
Oh.
love, and you don't like that. You take that passion and
Go
you
for
just
loot.
say, no, they're just XYZ. I'm going to call them these things, and then I don't have to worry about anything they say because I've called them a thing.
I don't know, maybe not. I don't particularly care anymore. Maybe I left a few more regurgitated topics off the list, but it won't have been many. God, just fuck traditional gamer TM discourse. It's just so fucking puerile.
Which is definitely not what this video is, not at all.
And I've
Fucking hell. This bro's going in and big.
been doing this job for over 10 years and nothing's been resolved. Nothing has changed.
That sounds like a skill issue, bitch.
To say that nothing has changed in video games in 10 years. The growth of microtransactions, the emergence of the live service business model, the explosion of PC gaming popularity. I mean, we have handheld consoles now. There's E3's cancellation, the viability of gaming IPs as popular cinema and television. We've got the incredible leaps in technology over the last 10 years, the flourishing of the indie game scene, the growth of esports. That's just off the top of my head. If you think nothing has changed in 10 years, then Jim, sometimes I wonder if you've been paying attention at all. It's pretty clear that you just aren't a good listener in general, but for somebody like you, I just cannot fathom how you could think this. Where have you been? Do you mean gamers haven't changed in general in 10 years? I don't even really know what gamer means at this point, since it's become such a broad, popular hobby. So I assume that means you're saying that gamers are just, because they haven't changed, gamers are just as bad now as they were 10 years ago? That gamers have been bad for 10 years? I don't know. I've been playing games for ages now, and I've had gamer friends for just as long. Some stick around, some come and go. And I've never once thought negatively about them because of that shared hobby. And if you seem to have this prolonged, horrifically negative view of gamers,
Why did I respond to Jason's tweet? Why did I do it? Why do I do these things to myself? That's all my replies have been for days.
Oh, well, it's easy. You did it for likes on Twitter.
You did it for ass pats.
You thought everybody would agree with you. You weren't wise enough to understand that if you took a contentious potential gaming issue like this one here, and I went to your tweet and Jason's tweet to take a look at things, and the comments are definitely very divided. There's a lot of discussion and debate surrounding this topic in Elden Ring. And don't worry about the topic itself. It doesn't really matter for the purposes of this discussion. But you weighed in rather combatively, and what did you think would happen? No, really, what did you think would happen? I guess you thought everybody would just agree with you with your praises, but I mean, well, I don't know. I can't be teaching you how to internet. You've been doing this for too long. I shouldn't have to.
We could have all been just simping over this selfie.
Ugh, no, ugh.
But instead, everyone's talking about whether you need a notebook for Elden Ring.
You brought it up, so I suppose it's fair game. Taking notes in video games. Is that bad? Because I don't recalling anyone deciding it was bad. Because I'd like to think that generally gamers aren't so brain-starved and hyper-cracked out on energy drinks that they can appreciate a game that might encourage them to maybe take some notes. Because I've actually got something interesting to show you. These. You know what these are?
They're notes.
These are notes. Notes for a video game. Well, not just a video game. Many. These are my father's notes. Myst, Time-Lapse, Riven, Obsidian, that was a trip, Circle of Blood, Pegasus Prime, more. He wrote these down with his own hand, and he wrote them as far back as 1997. That's 25 years ago he wrote these. And he didn't just write them.
I feel old.
He saved them. He kept them all. He moved house since then, and still, my father kept them. These notes were a part of those games' experiences. It was a symbol of accomplishment and effort. You would never throw them away. When I read these tweets of yours, when I watched this video, Jim, I remembered that yellow notebook he kept by the Macintosh when he played through these games way back when I was just a little pupperino chibi. When I went over to go collect the notes for these pictures, and I was thrilled that he'd actually saved them, he looked through them and he remembered specific puzzles and locations from games that he had played decades ago. So long ago that many of you watching this video weren't ever even born when he solved them. But these notes that he took playing those games, it brought it all back. Switches and pins and levers and symbols, patterns, maps and diagrams. He was able to look at these and remember specific individual puzzles from specific individual games, some of which he distinctly remembered with a great amount of clarity and had commented on how difficult some of them were. Many of these games he eventually ended up selling to other people, but he kept the notes. Those notes are a part of an emergent experience that happened when he had to interface with that game, not just in terms of a keyboard and clicking because of a CD in a machine. It's like a unique memory map of his experiences. And I wax poetically, but of course not every game needs notes. Not every game has puzzles or is a puzzle game, and not every game should require notes, I'd say. But I do think that there can be, certainly, a great quality in adding this aspect to a video game's experience. And maybe it's not for you. Maybe you see that as just a boring side chore. But I wouldn't be so quick to write such things off as, fuck doing this. Maybe, and I suppose this relates to Elden Ring, maybe I wouldn't mind games holding your hand a little less and encouraging the player to write some things down once in a while. Maybe that used to be a thing that was more normal. Maybe people don't expect to have to do that. They consider it work. They don't consider it part of the game or part of the experience. And also, what does having memory issues have to do with taking notes other than that they might be more necessary? Wouldn't taking notes help you if you had memory issues? It seems like an odd thing to bring up. In ADHD, I don't know, it just sounds like you're using a mental issue you have as some kind of a badge so you can act as if your opinion has extra authority.
I shouldn't have done it. I do it to myself.
Yeah.
Anyway, Elden Ring. It's a very good game. While we're on the topic, it's quite forgiving by Soulsborne standards, but given the series' penchant for punishing its players' mistakes, that's not saying too much.
You know, I wonder how easy a Souls-like game can be before people stop complaining. Maybe it'll never go away, this little cottage industry based around the discussion of, is this Souls game too difficult or not?
Regardless, there's been another shitstorm of debate over how accessible it should be.
Again, it's important to clarify, a game's accessibility...
I wish people would watch my fucking accessibility videos on Elden Ring if they're gonna bitch about it. But no, nobody gives a shit about my fucking opinions. Except for my friends, which I do appreciate.
And
I just wish other people cared too.
These are related, oftentimes.
Harumph.
They are absolutely two different things.
Whether easy modes are the devil.
Oh, calm down. Let's not act like gamers who enjoy difficult games, or hell, gamers that enjoy any particular experience, shouldn't be very skeptical of any of
Some see all, you get by with a little help from your friends. Carrot.
Yeah, right. Particularly when the completion
people
of these
keep me
games is seen
sane.
as an accomplishment because of that very difficulty. You can't point fingers and castigate them because of their resistance to outsiders wanting that game to be more accessible for the sake of outsiders.
And the merits of obtuse, willfully uninformative game design.
Obtuse, uninformative gaming design. Maybe you have an example in your mind. It would have been nice if you shared that with the rest of the class. Or maybe you didn't have anything in mind and you just thought you'd throw that in there to a list of people that you thought might agree with you.
And just... God, I'm tired of it.
Well, you're not that tired of it. Here we are.
That's what I thought as my Twitter replies were inundated. I actually don't want to hear it anymore.
Well, you went on social media, and you said something controversial in a dickish way. I don't know what you expected. And for all the moaning you'll do now, I'm certain in no time at all you'll be back to your old self, saying controversial dickish things.
The fan base is indeed fucking exhausting.
Well, hey, good news. I am not a part of the Elden Ring fanbase. I've never played the game, probably never will. Though, I have been called exhausting before.
The get good attitude that has festered among hardcore Souls fans for years is
Bro, there's a dude who plays these games with his fucking chin. He doesn't just play them, he beats them. Like old hardcore Contra games, like NES games. And this fucking able-body's bitching about get good. Listen, dipshit, get good. Find a way to get good. If you can't play with your hands, use your fucking chin, you dipshit.
truly contemptuous at this stage.
I found this article on Ars Technica, putting Elden Ring's 12 million sales in context. It's written by Kyle Orland. And in this article, it has a very useful graph to show just how incredibly popular Elden Ring was versus previous FromSoft titles. This, I guess you could call it a demographic of gamer, is only getting larger and larger as time goes on. The idea that within this ever-expanding demographic that you need to get good at the game and that games often are supposed to be difficult, and they should be difficult, and if you cannot complete them, then that's too bad. In the way that you overcome that is to practice and to get good. I'm sorry that you find that so, as you said, contemptuous.
Get good once started as a joke, but has since been taken far too seriously by people who stake far too much of their self-esteem on whether or not they can fight a pretend dragon without any friends.
Well, honestly, it seems like you've staked far too much of your self-esteem on
right?
the fact that you can't. As for getting good being taken too seriously, I do hope you'll explain how that is, because it seems like this attitude that has given this series of games its reputation has only helped to further solidify that these kinds of games have a very revered and a deserved place in the gaming landscape. Oh, and can we not do this thing where you sneak in pretend when you describe elements in video games, like you're trying to try and denigrate them or lessen the impact of their achievement just because it's
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Yes, the dragon isn't real. Thank you. We know you're just trying to tear it down as an accomplishment to try and cheapen the experience of the people that you
Well, I was right
clearly
about
find
that.
contemptuous.
It's worth noting that nobody's actually impressed if you're brilliant at video games. None of us actually care. In fact, the more you brag about it as if it's worth a damn, the more we think you're fucking pathetic.
I don't know who this we is that you're speaking for. Perhaps it's another demographic of the gaming population that will also remain rather ambiguous and open
And I
to
died.
interpretation. When it comes to how much people care about the skill of other people, it depends on what tier we're operating on. First off, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. You will regularly impress other people if you play well. If you jump into a game and you do very, very well,
Best
you're
score
going to
yet.
impress a lot of people who are
Yay!
in that lobby or in that
I'm
server.
a winner.
They might not say it, they might not type it out loud, they won't send you a message, but when they look at that scoreboard, when they see your behavior in the game and how good you are, there will be a lot of people who are impressed by that. In all of your video gaming, if you're never impressed by somebody else's skill and talent, then that's a you thing. And you can try to group yourself as part of the majority.
I've been impressed by people. I've been impressed by fucking blind people. I got my ass kicked by Carlos, and he's in like fighting game tournaments and shit, and he's completely blind. Full on fucked up eyes and everything. So, you know, disability doesn't mean I'm not going to be fucking impressed with you.
Or you can try and lump in other people with you if you wish, but that is not typical. However, the kind of gamers that you would just meet in games as you play and be impressed by, that's not even the top level, not by a long shot, because, now, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but there's this thing going on, and it's called esports. Esports is really big, and it's getting bigger, and expectations are that it will continue to keep getting bigger. Now, to say that nobody is impressed and that nobody cares about people who are good about video games is simply, it's just flat out wrong. You're letting your anger at the contemptuous gamers get in the way of what's blindingly obvious in the industry. And even if you don't care, like me, I don't personally care about esports, I don't follow it in any way, but damn, have you seen those guys play? If you're not impressed by that, then I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, that's harsh. It's okay to feel accomplished at making your way through a particularly challenging video game.
Ah, well,
He gave us permission. Thanks, Jim.
But once you start talking about it as if it makes you better than other people, if you start sneering at those who needed help and bemoaning video games being made more welcoming to newcomers or those with disabilities, you can just go ahead and...
Bitch, you fucking stop speaking for us, you fucker. Oh, I hate when they speak for us.
fuck yourself.
Now, there's an entire discussion to be had around how simplified a game can be in order to welcome new players in before it simply changes the experience, or until it breaks from the creative vision of the game's developers and the experience they're aiming to give players. There's a difference between that and the discussion on how much video games should really change in any way to attract people who otherwise wouldn't be interested. So don't act as if you can just slide in those potential groups into the get good sayers you'd mentioned before, as if they're all overlaps on some bizarre Jim Sterling Venn diagram. Because I highly doubt that any of the people who are telling you that you need to improve at video games if you want to beat them if they're difficult, I highly doubt that many of them are saying, no, fuck disabled people playing video games. Because we're doing that thing again. We're doing that thing again, Jim, where we're conflating difficulty and accessibility when it's useful to an argument. And it's not a good look. You've been doing this for years. You need to quit.
Literally, fuck yourself.
Alright, calm down, kiddo.
Because I don't think you should inflict your pointless little genitals on anybody else. There's no debate.
Excuse me, my genitals are above average. We've been over this.
What's this about making fun of people's genitals? I thought that size shaming and making fun of the size of people's genitals was well, I don't think that's very progressive of you, Jim. Because I don't even want to begin imagining how much you bitch and moan if someone commented on the shape of even a digital female character's bust size. And if the person saying that it was fair game to insult people based off the size of their genitals, if that person were to be, say, I don't know, disgustingly obese, right? Would it be, hypothetically of course, would it be okay for someone to make fun of that person for their morbid obesity? I'm not saying it would be, I'm just asking hypothetically if that would be the case. I'm just saying in this hypothetical scenario, should those who live in grass huts throw spears?
There's no debate to be had here. No argument. I could actually provide a litany of reasons why accessibility in a video game is good.
You see, you're doing the thing where we're talking about difficulty. When people say get good, they mean that you need to get better at the game. You need to practice.
You fucking scrub.
You need to, just put some time and effort into it. They are not saying that there are certain accessibility options and things that can be in a game that allow people with disabilities to play it at all. No one who says get good means that. You're living in a fantasy world. And because, as you said, you have no arguments to give, that you're not even going to bother, what you have to do is the same song and dance you've been doing for years, where you confuse, in a discussion about game difficulty, accessibility. Because, let's be clear, you and I both know that it would be very difficult for you to actually make an argument against people who want Dark Souls to remain difficult, but it would be really easy to instead flip that into something different, which is the people who want Dark Souls to stay difficult and for you to practice and get better, actually, they want to exclude disabled people from gaming. That's how you want to frame it. And people aren't buying it.
I could point you to Laura Kate Dale's Accessibility series. In fact, actually go look at that series, it's very good.
Yep, I'll get right to that.
But to make the arguments here on this show, I feel like I'd be wasting my goddamn time, because they just need to be said again the next time a hard game is released.
That's an interesting piece of philosophy. If you have to repeat it, it's not worth saying. Jim Sterling. It's odd that I'd ever have to tell you this, but the simple fact of the matter is that sometimes you might have to repeat arguments as years go on. maybe, and just
Ain't
maybe,
fucking kidding
the
there.
issue won't be settled in one go. In fact, things virtually never are. It's a long and drawn-out fight, discourses can be. And if you want to change minds, it might take reiteration and rephrasing. I'm sorry that you feel that your ability to persuade is so ineffectual and unworth the time. I know you feel bitter about this, that much is blatantly obvious, but maybe. It's not worth feeling callous and upset because you haven't changed all the minds out there quite yet. And honestly, if this is going to be your approach, how successful do you think you're going to be at that?
And gamers TM glom onto it to swing their dicks around. Let me just say this. Plain as day.
Oh boy, I can't wait for this incredible insight.
The more accessibility options a video game has, the better.
Yeah, we're talking about accessibility when there's no argument that's being made that games shouldn't be made more accessible.
I'm so fucking glad that somebody else is saying it. It's not just me.
What's interesting here is that you're using the example of The Last of Us 2, which, as far as I can recall, was universally praised for having these high contrast modes to help people who have vision difficulties. I literally don't remember anybody having a problem with this. I mean, I guess law of averages, there's going to be someone out there who didn't like it, but obviously we're not going to give them a ton of game.
And that's just that. That's just the way it is.
Well, I mean, it's certainly the claim being made.
This isn't a subjective opinion.
It sounds like a subjective opinion.
There is no debate here. It's a stone cold, goddamn, fucking fact.
Why does he sound so young?
From someone, myself.
Does
right?
he have asthma
I'm
too?
Pro accessibility options. I want those to be a thing, right? But, I mean, no nuance, just the more options the better, period. End of story. There's no situation, there's no scenario where more options might make the experience worse. I mean, look, I guess I'm going at this all wrong. I'm thinking about this in terms of a discussion to be had, and this is clearly not the place for such things. I should ball my paws in self-righteousness and bellow that my way is the way. I mean, I wouldn't use this tactic for things that are far more serious in life, such as racism, or sexism, or slavery. I would never try and convince somebody who was pro-slavery into the emancipatory counterposition by simply saying that slavery's bad and nothing needs to be said. If someone truly thought that slavery was fine, then I would present arguments, I'd give philosophy, I'd give principled, virtued reasons against it. I would work to convince them out of their position. By saying that there isn't a debate to be had, I mean, that isn't particularly convincing when people say it to you, I'm sure. So why do you think it would be convincing to anybody else? Or maybe you've just given up.
Literally every game is...
Oh, I'm fucking sick of him saying literally. Stop it, Jim. Stop it.
better when it has more accessibility options.
I mean, you're just saying the claim again, and while I will probably generally vastly agree with you, that isn't going to convince people. Not that you probably need to convince many people that games generally are going to be better if there's more accessibility options.
And the more accessibility options literally every game has, the better. Like,
Sunseal, Jim has been a very bad girl. He deserves to be really punished. Sunseal, Sunseal.
I want to fucking throw him through a window. Tim does that shit, and it drives me insane. Stop saying literally so much. There's a fucking gay guy who does Sims videos who does it too, and it drives me up a tree. Stop saying that fucking word.
Never made sense to me that anybody would have a problem with more people enjoying a good game.
You know, I might start skipping portions of I try not to do that in videos. I try to give the whole video its chance, but if he just keeps going on about accessibility when it's not what when it's just like essentially irrelevant.
Which word is bugging you?
Literally.
Don't have more to say, I suppose.
First of all, more people having a nice time is never bad. Why would you not want other people to have a nice time unless you're a misanthropic shitfucker?
Oof,
That's a visual.
Is this a serious question? Are we for real right now? I mean, outside of the realm of video games, this is just obviously absurd, but even as far as video games go, is it that simplistic with you? Should video game developers make games with the goal of giving as many people as possible a nice time? Should there not be niche games? If you're making a video game and you want to create a gaming experience that 1 million people will enjoy, is that worse than creating a gaming experience that only 999,999 will enjoy? What if the
Yulia
experience
_
is
Sora. Oh,
greatly
right.
diluted
Well,
in
at least in
order
Tim's
to
defense,
appeal
he
to
gets
more
confused about when you use it. You
is
can
it
tell.
better to have a large number of people having a nice
Tim,
time instead of a
stop!
incredibly deep, emotionally moving, and satisfying time? I mean, then we just have the
Sun Seal,
practical
Jim,
elements
that's only
of
a hot
it.
take
What if
because
adding
it's literally hot
accessibility
garbage.
options simply takes too much time or work or money to add for the relatively...
His not
well,
vagina is
relatively
getting all
tiny
hot
benefit
and
it adds
bothered. That's
overall.
why it's a hot take.
And honestly, that's not even starting to consider the more philosophical elements of the more people who have a nice time, the better. I mean, is it morally justified
Yulia
to
_ Sora,
condemn
change the
or
video if this one is
neglect a
irritating
few
you.
so that
I am
the
going to bed.
majority can have
Love
a
you.
nice time?
Night.
These are some pretty deep questions.
Sun Seal,
you're the
you
one
mean
who
his Mangina.
explicitly
XD.
asked this.
Why would you not want other people to have a nice time unless you're a misanthropic shitfucker?
You asked why I wouldn't want someone else to have a nice time unless I was a misanthropic shitfucker. When the smoker fills his lungs with poison, they have a nice time. When the junkie injects heroin into his veins, he has a nice time. When the schemer fools a victim into a scam, he has a nice time. When the dictator crushes his population, he has a nice time. Hell, when a masochist tortures the innocent, he has a nice time. Am I a misanthropic shitfucker when I see somebody else having a nice time and want to deny what could also be bad behavior? When somebody's nice time could mean the oppression or harassment of others? And not even going to mention children in all this. How often does a child choose to have a nice time at the expense of their development or well-being? I mean, obviously I'm looking at this far more in depth than you intended. Obviously, I really do understand that.
Well,
It just kind of goes to show that you might ask these really seemingly obvious questions with even more obvious answers, but maybe it really isn't so.
Second of all, if you love these games as much as you claim, surely you want more people to enjoy it.
Generally yes, but that would depend on what changes are made to the game in order to do that.
The more successful the game is, the more it reaches people, the more money it'll make, the more content will be made available, the more game you will have to enjoy.
I wouldn't really link how successful a game is and how many people it reaches as being, you know, that strong of a bond. There are plenty of games that we all know about, but are bad and didn't do well, and there's plenty of games that are, you know, incredibly successful, but they're, you know, they have their own niche audiences, they're not super popular. As for the rest of it, I generally would agree. Yeah, it's probably likely that the more people play it and enjoy it, the better it will do in the long run. But it's also the case that as a game gets more successful, it can try and appeal to too broad an audience and ultimately change what it originally was that I enjoyed in the first place.
Plus, the more successful a game is, the more people that it reaches, the happier the developers will be.
Maybe. That can be the case, potentially. But there's a lot of developers out there who have made bad games that a lot of people bought, and those games have a very bad reputation now, and I'm sure those developers aren't too thrilled about that. And I'm sure there are developers who are thrilled with maybe having smaller games that have a very focused and a very dedicated but small fan base.
And do they not deserve to be happy after making you happy?
Does a developer deserve to be happy if they made me happy? No. At least not necessarily. I legitimately need a moment to think about this. The entire discussion around the question, who deserves to be happy, is just... Look, I think it's just one that I'm not actually sure I'm well-versed in exploring. I think this is a far more complex discourse than you've alluded to. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't know where to really start tackling this as a premise for a video like this. I mean, if they're making good products and they're being ethical and trying their hardest, I guess I want them to be happy, sure. But, I mean, does Mussolini deserve to be happy because I'm happy when the trains run on time? Does Hitler deserve to be happy because his anti-animal cruelty laws make me happy? I think it's a far more complex question than you might think. I guess I haven't really considered the deservingness of having happiness as such a transactional affair. Surely that's overly simplistic.
The only people who would, in fact, have a problem with that are pricks. Gatekeeping, elitist, sad little pricks.
Okay, if you say so.
And this is why I decided to make no substantive arguments in favor of accessibility today.
Yeah, no, we know.
Yeah,
We're not
fuck
making
you.
arguments because you think that the people who don't already agree with you are sad, pathetic, damaged people with tiny penises, and they're bad, and fuck them. Yeah, no, we get it. Yeah, you've made that abundantly clear.
Because the people who need to hear it explicitly don't want to. They don't care. They're selfish.
They're selfish.
A myopic view of the world, of people, but clearly of discourse in general. Maybe sometimes the people who need to hear your message the most are the people who you should work hardest to give it to. Maybe people simply don't normally think about these. So, you know what I'll say? Most people just don't think about this. They have other things going on in their lives. The accessibility or difficulty arguments about their presence in video games, it's just not something that most people ever really think about. You're listing all the problems of the people who don't already side with you. And even a doggo like me, who's probably mostly in agreement with you on at least the accessibility element, you come across as rancid, unreasonable. You sound like an ideologue, like a zealot. There's a religious indignation that issues forth from your pulpit, that the sinner and the atheist and the heathen have hardened their hearts and they refuse to see the light.
They only view these games through the single lens of how they want to play it, how they engage with the medium, and what they believe is the one true way to experience video games.
Now, this is where the confusion from earlier is really starting to catch up. Which people are these? The people who think that Elden Ring shouldn't have an easy mode?
Sunseal, Jim injected one trans. Now look at how sour he's become.
These are the characteristics you're assigning to people who don't think Elden Ring should have an easy mode. Or have we swapped to the, admittedly probably virtually non-existent, percentage of the gaming demographic who thinks that games shouldn't be more accessible? You see, it's really hard to tell because of how much you conflate the two when you think it might be of utility to an argument you're making.
Anything that dares to challenge or confront that is met with hostility.
Honestly, based on your behavior and your language in this video alone, I blame them in no way. I mean, you're being pretty foul.
Because on the whole, a lot of these people only know or care about video games.
Yep. I'm certain that's definitely true. They only care about video games and nothing else. I'm certain of it.
They don't have other interests.
Mm-hmm.
If there's one thing Gamergate taught us, with all its
Oh, God damn it.
elitism and hatred of minorities.
Here we go.
Yep, that's definitely what Gamergate was. It's just
I was in Gamergate. I was in Gamergate on 4chan. I was in Gamergate on 8chan. I talked to Hot Wheels. One of the few. Fucking Christ. If anybody knows about Gamergate, it's me.
just hating on them minorities. You know, I'd tell you to get a new shtick because this one's getting old, but let's be honest, this shit was old years ago. Oh, and don't get me to start singing the praises of gatekeeping, because blessed are those who gatekeep the hobbies that they enjoy from those who want to get their prying, spindly fingers into it and turn it into something else entirely. To morph it into an aberration, to completely destroy it from within. Blessed are the gatekeepers. Hold the line, boys and girls.
It's that people with no form of enrichment outside of video games can be right dickheads.
You know, you should have just called this video, People Who Don't Agree With Me Are Bad People. That's just what you should have called it. They're disgusting, terrible, horrible, broken, sad, pathetic people with small genitals.
Those who have pinned their entire sense of self on a single geeky medium naturally don't want a diverse range of people to get into video games.
Of course, it's only natural that people who like video games hate other. What are you talking about? What are you on about?
Because then it will reflect how much of an individual they aren't.
Listen, I know you're on your little hissy fit here, but surely you mean the opposite, right? How would having more homogeneity of everything around you make you feel like more
Sun
of an
all,
individual?
blessed are the gatekeepers,
Surely
for they
it
guard
would
the
be
sanctuary
that
from the
having
invading Romans.
More homogeneity around you
Right.
would make you feel like less of an individual, like you're just another one of those in the group. Whereas if everyone around you was like super diverse and no one was the same, surely that would make you feel like more of an individual, because you don't match up with everyone else around you, right?
When loving video games became mainstream, a lot of people who love only video games didn't feel special anymore.
Well, wait, that's a different argument. That's not about the diversity of people who are into video games. That's just the amount of people who are into video games. And I highly, highly doubt that there are many people who see themselves as special, unique snowflakes because they like video games.
So to the supposed From Software fans.
Yes, because I, Jim Sterling, know who is and isn't truly a From Software fan. You know, for someone who bitches a lot about gatekeeping...
The really hardcore ones who get way too invested in this shit?
Elden Ring players who say that you should get better at the game are way too invested in this shit. That is certainly a position that you are allowed to have.
Please stop. You'll be on the point crossed by the Undertale fan community at this point, which I say, as a huge Undertale fan, your endlessly antagonistic and frankly miserable attitudes whenever a new game comes out just puts people the fuck off.
Does it put people off?
Sun all, that's just Jim admitting he doesn't feel special anymore because dude brothers like Vin Diesel became
Which
gamers.
I guess is indeed what you want. You clearly want to limit the number of people who can enjoy these games.
Oh, absolutely. That's the only thing that they want. Their only goal is to limit the amount of people who can enjoy it. Of course, there's no other reason. There couldn't possibly be any other reason.
But speaking as someone who really, really enjoys From Software's output, it's just...
Really? You do?
Fucking...
Sun all, drunk RimWorld.
Oh, you've said that many
No, I don't
times.
have RimWorld
Yes, I
installed.
did get the message.
I didn't feel like it.
And you know,
I thought about Sims, but I
you know, for all
wanted
of your
to...
self-aggrandizing, for all of your
I didn't think I'd be able to think.
as a true
And it would appear I was right.
Mm-hmm.
You're not actually representative of the proper Soulsborne fan base.
It's literally like I'm listening to a child.
You may visibly represent it
Sun
through the
all,
sheer
no think, only
volume
fuck.
of your caterwauling, but you're not representative of what the series is designed for, who the series is designed for.
And who, pray tell, is it designed for?
Because for as much as it challenges and punishes a player, it's a series of jolly cooperation, of experiencing hardship together.
You know, cooperation and support of one another is actually, it's kind of the vibe that I pretty much always get when I hear people talking about Elden Ring or these Soulsborne games. When I normally hear someone telling another person that they need to get good and that they need to practice and get better, it's done because, I mean, that's how they're going to beat the game. I'm pretty sure that most of the people who are saying that you need to practice and get better at the game, I think that their ideal outcome is that you do practice and you do get better and eventually you do beat the game. There is this element of camaraderie that I see in these communities. Now, of course, I'm on the outside looking in. I don't really care about Soulsborne games myself, but oddly enough, it reminds me of The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. At the end, when all the hobbits are back in the Shire, and they're all looking at each other, and everyone else around them is dancing and having a great old time, but these four hobbits at that table, they know, you know, they understand each other. They know what they've been through, and they've
been through some shit, man.
Each other in ways that
And
a lot of other people
things.
just can't. They
Stuff.
overcame great trials and tribulations, and that gives them a sort of brotherhood in a way.
And despite the ability to invade the worlds and ruin the lives of other players,
Well, what if they're having a nice time?
In the face of its overwhelming challenge, the Soulsborne series is ultimately about not being a fucking dick to other people.
The Soulsborne
Wait, really? What? Fuck it.
Series
You know what?
is
Fuck it.
about being nice? Okay. Sure.
Let me explain that point. Many years
Ugh. God, that is an unsightly looking person. Alright, my stream is going to go to shit for a minute here because I'm going to install RimWorld because Sun suggested it. Sorry, stream, it's going to fall to shit.
Sunseal, RimWorld.
Yes, RimWorld. Let me know when the fucking stream is back.
Sunseal, or as Jim Sterling calls it, REWORL.
Rewhirl. Look at this clever shit. Hey, it's still going. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go put my cup in the sink. And get more coffee. I need more coffee. What could go wrong? I won't fall down the stairs. There's no way. I won't break my fucking neck. Look, I descend the stairs better when I'm drunk. In the dark. Me.
Sun See All, if you fall and break your neck at least then we can parade you about as a based version of Chris Crippled Reeves. Because you will survive, and you will be an actual Superman for surviving yet another death attempt. That Brandon guy will have to give up his cape to you.
Okay, here I am. If you fall and break your neck, at least we can parade your assemblies. Fuck. So, I not only did that, I did that with no lights, and I had both my hands full, so I had to go down the stairs with nothing else. No eyes, no nothing. So, whilst drunk. And Deric was running into shit when he was fucking dealing with the damn lights on and all that.
Years ago.
Well, could you explain the point now instead of many, many years ago?
When Demon's Souls was released, I made this argument that it is one of the best multiplayer experiences, and I wasn't actually talking about any of the cooperative or invasive elements of the game. I was actually talking about the little phantoms you see of other players.
Alright.
Existing in the world in the same areas as you. If you are unfamiliar, Elden Ring does this as well. You see very temporary glimmers of other players.
Yeah.
In the same area as you, performing actions in real time. Just the character models rolling, fighting, exploring, whatever. And I absolutely loved that as a concept because to me, it sent the message that even if you're on your own, you and a whole bunch of other players are suffering together.
I like the way I characterize the hobbits a little bit better, but go on.
And that to me was a very crucial point of that experience. You might be facing all of these hardships, you might be facing them on your own, but so is everybody else. Shared suffering, it's better than suffering on your own.
I'm gonna be honest, I do not know if you say that jokingly. Maybe this is just a really poor way of you trying to get across the concept like I did with the hobbits. It's this idea that if you and someone else go through particular tribulations and you overcome a great hardship as one another, then you can empathize with each other in a particular way, that there's a special camaraderie and empathy that comes along with that shared experience. And I do wonder, and I don't know if this will come up later in the video because I typically don't watch ahead too far, but if you are going to appeal to that sort of camaraderie and empathy between people who overcome these challenges, would the difficulty of those challenges, the greatness and the intensity of those challenges, would that make that camaraderie and empathy between those people who'd overcome it all the greater?
I certainly know that when I'm going through a rough, traumatic, upsetting time, I find myself wishing everybody else was.
You see,
that's narcissistically psychotic. Holy crap, that's terrifying. That is actually scary. Like, I go through hell every day. I've been over this. Fibro sucks. Fibro's getting worse. I'm needing pain. I'm needing to give myself pain in order to redistribute the pain. I'm needing Amber to give me pain in order to redistribute the pain when we do sex sometimes. And boy, that's probably only going to get worse as I get into my 40s, 50s, and 60s. Because Fibro does not
Sun See All, I'm not sure what mod it was that allowed me to settle impassable mountains, but it doesn't work in my mod list anymore.
I've got a mod for that. I can't remember what it's called. But I think I had an unofficial thing. But anyway, I live in hell every day. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And here Jimmy Jam Sterling is wishing it on everybody. That is insane. Like, actually psychologically damaged. I mean, god damn. God damn.
I understand that you say this as a joke, I think, but
that's not
after
a
watching
joke.
this video, I do wonder.
So yeah, that's what the Soulsborne series has always meant to me.
That's lovely, but do you understand that obviously that's not going to be what the Soulsborne series means to everyone else necessarily? Because at this point, I do genuinely question your ability to empathize with other people.
Shared suffering, shared pain, and I think a lot of the people who truly love that series sort of embrace. We see this in the messages that are
Sunseal,
left
I don't want to wish your pain on Jim Sterling. He's in enough pain already by the critical damage he's doing to himself in his Pokemon-induced gender confusion.
Between simply saying it's about shared suffering and the results created between
it's
people
super
of the suffering
effective
that they have shared.
We see this with the amount of players that actually post up for cooperative play, which is one of my favourite things to do. You know, I'm very much a dedicated Sunbro.
Was he ever not a faggot? And I don't mean that to say he's a homosexual, because he's obviously, I don't give a shit what he fucks. I am saying that he is a pathetic human being. And I know many gay people whom I also think would call him a faggot. Because the way he acts is peak faggotry. Like, if 4chan were to see him, they would call him a faggot. Not a new fag, not an old fag, just a fag. And, like, he confuses me that somebody like him can exist and not realize what damage he is doing to gamers, to journalists, to YouTubers, to trans people. Does he not realize? Or does he just not care? Is it ignorance, or is it...
He is a British cigarette. Yet, he's white enough and burns easily enough. Especially because he's a fat Brit living in Georgia. Sunseol.
Wait. When you say Georgia, do you mean British Georgia? Or do you mean our Georgia? Because if he's living in our Georgia, he probably got fat off in the grits.
Sunseol, U.S. Georgia.
Why is he living in our Georgia? Why has he not been lynched? Did they outlaw that finally?
I'm all about the co-op. And that's
Sunseol,
what I mean
because he's
when
married.
I say that I'm better.
Please tell me he's married to a woman so that the other Georgians don't kill him.
You're not a very good communicator. Are you saying that you're better at video games than everyone else because you enjoy playing cooperatively? Co-op games? Is that what you mean?
I am just the best one because I understand video games.
Sunseol, well, he was before all this.
Yeah, I legitimately do not know what you're trying to say. As far as I know, you're saying that you're better at games than everyone else because you play cooperative games, so you understand games better. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Prick.
Oh, I've been called far worse things by far better people, I assure you.
Thank God for me.
Well, thank God the video's finally done. There's nothing left to be covered, really. Jim shills what he calls some anti-capitalist merch and some keychains that say the gays can do whatever they want, which isn't exactly the
trans
life
people have an
advice that I'd
extensive
be
history
giving
of making trans
myself,
widows.
But, you know, you do you, I suppose. But let us leave behind the foul childishness and bitter hatred of Jim Sterling's commentary and wrap up this response with some final thoughts. They say, inside of you, there are two wolves. Yeah, memes aside, it's not a bad metaphor for introspection. One of those wolves is kindness and empathy, understanding and selflessness. And the other wolf is anger and bitterness, bigotry, ignorance and cynicism. And I think it's pretty clear which one Jim has decided to feed. The world is full of people who think differently from you, and differently from me, different from all of us. And the reasons why they do think differently can be wildly diverse. It is important that as you travel through life's journey, you do not be so quick to judge others, and to avoid having incredible bitterness and disdain for people who don't see things your way. Particularly if this is how you attempt to convince them in a video like this by insulting and just generally being rancid. So, before we leave, I'd like to give you a reminder about the makeshift plushie. Every single purchase helps me out a great deal, especially now with how well it's doing. These are limited time, and once the campaign's over,
that is where the trans person leaves the spouse and even family to pursue their new self, pretty selfishly, leaving behind the spouse like they died.
I was gonna say that's selfish as fuck.
You know, if the plushie isn't
That's monstrous.
Fair enough. I do have a Patreon, a Subscribe Star. Those are going to be in the description, and you can, of course, always check out the podcast that I run with my friends Mahler and Fringy, called Every Frame a Pause, which is also linked below. Would love to see you there. So goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful day, a magical week, be well, and I shall hope to see you soon.
Mental health was getting worse once they started the blocker. And that's against what the narrative tells us.
That's the one. That's the one that Sun posted.
Says these interventions are supposed to make people better. We were pretty much putting anybody on testosterone at 13.5 if that's what they wanted. It was getting to the point where we were harming more patients that we were helping, just by the numbers. What I am not in agreement with is this push to rapid medicalization of children. And it got to the point in the center where there was an actual directive that we were no longer allowed to use the phrase, I have concerns about a patient. And in medicine, that should scare anyone.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis Foster.
I'm Konstantin Kissing.
And this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
Our very special guest today is a whistleblower from a transgender clinic in the United States. Jamie Reed, welcome to Trigonometry.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you on the show. Listen, Francis and I have just both reread your article for a second time. We're going to talk about all the stuff that you said in there. One of the most terrifying things that I've ever read, to be honest. And so I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it. But before we get into that, just tell our audience who may not be familiar with you and the story that you shared. Who are you? What's been your journey through life? How did you get to the position that you got to? And what did you see there? And why did you decide to speak up?
Thank you for those questions. So I'm Jamie Reed. I have a Master's of Science in Clinical Research Management, and I was previously the caseworker in the Pediatric Transgender Center at a clinic in St. Louis, Missouri. So in the middle of America. I spent about 4 years and 4 months in that position. I worked at the university previous to working with trans kids. I was working with young adults who were HIV positive. I have a lot of experience in case management. I worked with kids who are in foster care. And I've also worked in a lot of medical and health settings too. So I came into the clinic really excited about the opportunity that I thought was going to be to help trans youth and their parents.
That's cute.
And you mentioned in your article that, you know, you're very progressive, you're married to a trans man, or in a relationship with a trans man. Sorry, I don't remember which. But in any case, you're married. Well, congratulations. Yeah. So very progressive, you come into this place wanting to make a difference, I assume. Mm-hmm. And then over a period of time, you start to have doubts and you try to express doubts, and that doesn't go particularly well for you. And increasingly, you become very alarmed at what you're seeing. So talk to us, just at the very beginning of that journey. You get there, I'm sure you're all pumped, ready to go. And what happens?
Right away, I was struck by the lack of organization for the center. So there was no real written protocols. It seemed like it was kind of a fly by the seat of the pants kind of operation. They had already been open for a solid year before I got there. And yet it seemed like they were kind of operating outside of a lot of the normal structures that you'd see in medicine. Most of the departments and divisions in medicine have a lot of layers. There's a lot of top heavy, there's a lot of, administrative roles. And it seemed like this center was kind of off on its own, had this little pocket. And I was also struck at the very beginning because the administration of this hospital let this clinic open. And I was told that they originally thought that they were going to have about 50 patients total. And when I left, we were close to 2,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Huge difference.
Wow. And why do you think that was, Jamie? What do you think were the reasons for that?
I definitely have come to believe that in the United States, there is an element of social contagion in play going on with young people who are seeking out care in gender centers. And I'm not the only one to believe that. I had lots of parents report very similar things. And there were even a number of patients in the center who would report and directly said, I only got this online.
Wow. So they only got this online because your article is very interesting because you talk about when you started in the center, it was mainly boys suffering from gender dysphoria, and then you started to see more and more girls come in. Were they the ones who were particularly susceptible to this social contagion, as you put it?
I think it's well known in medicine that adolescent girls are just more open and more susceptible to many different kinds of social contagions. That has to do with a lot of ways that girls are socialized, but also the way that girls interact in kind of group settings and pick up things and show empathy with those in their group setting, oftentimes by taking on attributes in those group settings. So I didn't just see that these kids were picking up gender as a social contagion. We have a lot of issues right now in my country with adolescents who are experiencing tic disorders. They think they have Tourette's. There's been a recent wave of young people believing that they have what they refer to as DID, so multiple personalities. You are seeing these things directly coming from social media.
And Jamie, can I ask you a question? And sorry to sort of appear picky, but before you started talking about how adolescent girls have certain problems, you kind of did like a little sigh, almost like you're resigning yourself to having to say. It was part of your experience that even that very idea was controversial in the environment that you were operating in?
So you'll have to remember that in some ways I am deprogramming my language out of some cult-like conversations. So even for me, I still take pause in using the phrase adolescent girls, because when you work in a place like this, you don't say that. You say people are assigned female at birth. You don't say people are boys. You say they are assigned male at birth. So even the way that we spoke about everybody was in this framework of the gender ideology world.
Wow. So you just I know that to you this seems kind of like normal, but to a person outside of that space, just to clarify, in this transgender clinic, you would never refer to people as boys or girls or men or women. You would say assigned female at birth.
Sun See All, she's having to decode her own speech. Good for her.
Wow.
Okay.
But but even though biological sex is obviously real.
Oh, yes. Medicine is really interesting in this right now, because in some ways, all of the doctors would clearly acknowledge biological sex. You would say someone was assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth. Maybe you could use natal sex. They acknowledged its existence because if you're in the emergency room and you have somebody who's coding and you're trying to figure out, what their lung capacity is, there are definite medical needs and times when your biological sex changes the course of the treatment. But in our patient population, everyone was assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth. You heard the term cis a lot, who's cisgender. We talked about how all of our patients were probably, would judge you if you walked in and they thought you were cis. Those kind of things. It's constant.
And Jamie, how did this affect this type of language? How did this affect the way that you treated your patients?
I do think that the staff were always sort of on edge because it wasn't just the concern that you were providing good medical care, but you also always had the concern, has this patient's pronouns changed again? Their preferred names were changing frequently. Even the term preferred name, sometimes people would say activists would push that you can't even say that because it's not their preference, it's their name, even though it's not their legal name. A lot of the staff that are hired into the clinics like this, at least in the United States, are also activists and oftentimes directly, there's a push to directly hire trans and LGBTQIA people to work in these clinics as the staff.
And so you join the clinic, you start working, you start noticing some of these things. And when did you start to get really concerned? Because you were the person responsible for processing the intake of potential patients. So you're getting these people in and going, you go here, you go there. When did you feel like, whoa, like this is not good?
It was a slow process to get there. There definitely was a point where I went from 10 intakes a month, where there would be 10 newly referred young people, to the numbers being in the 40s and 50s every single month. And the cases were getting more and more outlandish, or sometimes even completely bizarre.
I blame TikTok.
In the States, oftentimes if anything about gender gets brought up in a pediatrician's office, they immediately just refer you to the gender center. So I could be getting an intake where a kid maybe told their parent 3 days ago that they thought they were non-binary and asking for they, them pronouns, and yet they're already landing in a specialized medical clinic that does hormones. So there were some intakes where it was just, it made absolutely no sense. The entire concept of kids being allowed to explore their gender and explore these concepts have been almost wiped off the map.
And what would happen? Let's say I bring my 12-year-old daughter to you. 3 days ago, she said that she's non-binary. She wants they, them pronouns. What happens to her from there?
So initially, I would try to be encouraging you as a parent to find a therapist and start working with a therapist for your kid. But the minute you're talking to me on the phone, you have already started on a pathway. Because the only therapists that I have to refer your kid to are therapists who are going to affirm their gender identity, not question it at all. And potentially, as soon as I say, take your kid to that therapist might see them for 1 or 2 visits and send them right back to the center to get started and seen by the people that prescribe hormones.
So 3 days ago, my daughter said, I think I'm non-binary because she saw it on social media, let's say. I bring her to you. You send us to a therapist. Therapist sees us a couple of times, sends us back to you in order to see a doctor to be prescribed hormones.
Potentially, yes.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry for my language. Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is a very important part of the conversation because someone I know very close to me had a double mastectomy, and that is a very, very serious operation. It's a very serious operation. It can, and you know this better than anyone, it can take months to recover from, and actually the risk of complications with such an invasive type of surgery, the risks are high, to put it mildly. So let's look at this. What do we mean by puberty blockers? What do we mean by these drugs? And what are the potential side effects of these drugs?
So the puberty blockers we were using were mostly they're implants that go into the arm, or they're injectables that are used on a monthly or 3-month basis. In our center, you had to be at least in the very initial start of puberty to get a puberty blocker. But one of the things we were starting to see was that some of the kids put on the puberty blockers, mental health was getting worse once they started the blocker. And that's against what the narrative tells us. The
it's
narrative
almost as if lifting the label
says
of,
these
quote, mental health
interventions
disorder,
are supposed
unquote,
to make
may transition to
people
plastic
better.
surgery cash cow.
And what we were seeing was parents calling and saying, my child has had the blocker in for a month. They're crying every day. They've had the blocker in for 3 months and they're now failing out of school. Things that were supposed to be getting better were getting worse. In the center that I worked in, I started there when we were still supposed to be operating under the WPATH guidelines, standard of care 7, which had some age kind of ideas for when people were supposed to start hormones. WPATH 7 was supposed to be 16, and it said only in rare and, kind of urgent cases should you be under the age of 16. We were pretty much putting anybody on testosterone at 13 and a half if that's what they wanted, and they got to us in time.
And what does that do to you if you are a young person who's been given testosterone?
So,
young girl.
Well, it depends. So if you
Young
were on a
female
block,
assigned at birth, sorry.
well, no, even if you were given a blocker first,
Okay.
and we blocked you and then put you on a cross-sex hormone, we are
Sunseal, wouldn't that many stoves in that small space make that room hella hot?
basically causing you to be infertile for life. And testosterone, the effects that kids reported that they wanted happen pretty quick. So we would permanently affect your voice, and your voice would be dropped into a male pitch. You would see growth on your clitoris into what we would refer to as a micro penis. We would start seeing atrophy, and your vaginal canal would start to have atrophic features. All of your body fat would start to move and shift around. You would have facial hair growth. A lot of our patients would start losing the hair on the top of their head. And then we would see mood changes. We would see patients who were, again, they were supposed to be getting better. Their mental health was supposed to be getting better. A lot of times it was not doing what we thought it was going to do. And if you were on feminizing hormones, you would start growing breast tissue, your fat would move. And again, if you were put on blockers first, it would render you potentially infertile for life. And now we also know for the kids, the boys, if we block you and put you on feminizing hormones, we also are potentially making you have sexual dysfunction for life.
What do you mean by sexual dysfunction?
So in the boys, blockers make it so that they never grow the penis or the testicles. If you never go through puberty and you never have those hormones affect that area, you are left with the same kind of penis size that you would have, that kids have when they're little before they go through puberty. And then also we knew that the feminizing hormones.
I love how uncomfortable she sounds.
Erectile dysfunction.
Oh, I can't believe we did this to all these
would
kids.
Shrink and atrophy, and we would be causing changes to that part of the body that were irreversible.
I hate to state the obvious, but those are some pretty major changes for a young person to undergo and experience.
And the fact that a young person could have that start happening to them after seeing a therapist twice and an endocrinologist once,
and it's part of why she's whistleblowing.
Does not ethically line up.
Hey, Constantine, do you like being healthy?
Of course, in my country we judge man's health by his ability to wrestle bear. Turns out in London wrestle bear has very different meaning.
We've all had a night that's got out of hand.
We will speak no more of this. This secret will be buried with my ancestors.
Well, if you want to stay healthy and not feel like you need to be buried with Constantine's ancestors, then you need to try AG1.
AG1 is a simple and easy way to get all nutrients you need. Each serving contains 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients. One scoop and you feel like a real man.
We used it on our America tour where we were constantly on the move, living out of a bag and working every day. AG1 meant we felt great, looked great, and we avoided getting sick. One scoop a day meant we knew we had all the vitamins and minerals needed for the day.
We had hugely successful trip. It is very economical and I felt strong enough to wrestle American bear, which we all know is grotesquely weak compared to Great Russian bear.
If you're looking for a simpler and cost-effective supplement routine, AG1 is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/trigonometry.
That's athleticgreens.com/trigonometry. Check it out and become real men
Sunseal,
like
1 scoop.
me.
No corona. All America.
One of the other things that we should also talk about is it came to a point you talked about in your article that sometimes there were situations, particularly if it went to court, if parents disagreed about this, that you had a situation that you talk about where the mother, who was quite disturbed, based on your recollection at least, insisted that her daughter, who wasn't particularly a typical case of someone who was experiencing genuine desire to transition, was encouraged to transition by her mother against her father's wishes. And the center where you worked for was essentially the one that was giving the recommendation to the judge and made the recommendation that it should be the mother's opinion that essentially comes out on top. So a parent was in a situation where the child was going through all of this without even consenting to it.
Right. We had that happen quite frequently. And right now in the United States, it seems like in the courts, the parents who want to give these drugs are the ones that are winning in the custody cases, which to me, it just, oftentimes the parents who didn't want to give the drugs, all they were asking for was more time.
That storage area is big enough for a few insectoid spawns.
Even they were losing.
There are ways
losing
to
in
fix
court,
that.
and I think in part because doctors like the doctors that worked in my center would show up in court and testify on behalf of the parent who wanted to give the drugs right away.
Why is that?
Do you really want to know the answer to that?
Mine's is one. Suncool.
It's the part of the ideological mindset that the thought is that we have to give these drugs right away, or else these kids are gonna be harmed somehow.
And you say ideological. Is there not evidence to say that, you know, if you get in there early, you can say, that's the argument that people make, you know, you get in there early, you save them the discomfort of later life developing, you know, the anatomy of their birth sex, etc. Is there evidence for this idea?
Not in the kinds of patients that are presenting currently. And it depends. So if you look back at the original study, it's often referred to as the Dutch study. If you look back at the original study, they were screening out patients who had mental health concerns because the goal of that treatment was, yes, to treat some dysphoria, but there's not evidence that this treats major depressive disorder, borderline personality disorder, autism. That's not what this is evidence to treat, and yet the argument is that if we can medicalize somebody, then all of their other mental health issues will somehow be alleviated.
And the reason you mentioned that, sorry, Francis,
No,
just to clarify this, is that a lot of the new cases that you saw over and above what you expected, these were very different profile. They were not boys, they were young girls who were presenting with eating disorders, autism-like symptoms, etc. Right? That's
Absolutely.
why you bring it up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they are girls who oftentimes there is a disagreement. So they will claim that, oh, I felt like this my whole life. And their parents initially will often say they had no gender issues at all as a child, that they were absolutely normatively fine in their being a girl. And at onset, at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
What you were saying is completely antithetical to the creed that doctors are supposed to follow, which is do no harm. What you're saying and what I'm hearing is harm being inflicted on children, which is appalling.
Yes, that's what I came to finally understand, that maybe out of our huge number of patients, there were a few patients that this model of care maybe helped. But it was getting to the point where we were harming more patients that we were helping, just by the numbers.
Wow.
And so why, at that point, when girls with autism, I think you quoted the number of 30% are presenting themselves, the 30% of autistic girls, when people with severe psychiatric illnesses are presenting themselves and are being putting through transition, including some of the awful cases that you've spoken about, why hasn't there been more people coming out and talking about this, or more people wanting to stop this?
So I do think those people, I think that there are more people like me. And I know that I've spoken to a number of them since I have come forward. But if you even look at what has happened to me in my own local press, those, basically the voice of reason, the voice of can we slow down, the voice of we need to actually look at who we're hurting, is being drowned out right now, and we're being shouted down and screamed out by this idea that the fact that I say anything is somehow is gonna hurt and harm trans kids.
So what has been the treatment that you've received from the local press?
I can't even count the number of articles, and all they do is have vilified me. And they also vilify me in strange ways where I just wonder, a lot of America right now is liking to pretend like y'all in England don't exist, or that Sweden doesn't exist, or Finland doesn't exist, or none of the countries like your country that's actually starting to have some kind of a dialogue around this. All the local media would like to think that America is in its own bubble and we know what's right on this topic and no one else exists.
Well, I just, the reason I ask is we've spoken to a lot of people about this issue from all sorts of different angles. And the usual stuff is they're transphobe, whatever. But you're married to a trans man. How transphobic can you be?
I also had identified as genderqueer in the past, and I experienced a lot of gender dysphoria as a child myself. I am not opposed to adult transitioning. I do still think that adults who are transitioning would benefit by support of a therapist and a therapeutic process, but I am not in any way opposed to trans people. I also have an undergrad in anthropology. I fully understand that there is a lot of diversity in gender and gender presentation, but what I am not in agreement with is this push to rapid medicalization of children. And also, the current model doesn't even make sense if you're actually pro diversity. Because if I am pro gender diversity, why are we telling little kids that if they play with a toy that is not in their gender category, that somehow that means that they're trans? Like, I thought it's 2023. Shouldn't we be telling our children, you can wear whatever you want, you can play with whatever toys you want, you can have whatever job you want? And instead we're in some like weird 1950s thing where if a boy plays with a Barbie, suddenly his parents think that he needs to go to a gender clinic and it means that they're trans.
Do you know the thing that I find quite unusual as well is that in a society like America, which is so litigious, where people sue others at the drop of a hat, you have the minimum of medical checks, fast tracking not only people but children, and some very young children at that, through to irreversible medical procedures. I mean, that's just a $1 million lawsuit waiting to happen, isn't it?
No, because unfortunately, the institutions that are supposed to... Okay, let me explain. So if you go and try to file that lawsuit in the United States today, the doctors and the hospitals are able to say that the American Academy of Pediatrics says that this is right, the Endocrine Society says this is right, and they try to they can just claim that they're just following
your son plays with Barbie.
all of these
Beat him until he picks up a tractor or a BB gun.
Guidelines.
Right?
I did
fucking
not
romanticized.
Hey, honey,
where
you're
I
living in the
was
Fallout universe.
Right? Weird. See, they're romanticizing the 50s. That's what they're doing.
Even these quote guidelines, but judges, I think, thus far have been taking that at that easy face value. I mean, you hear it in the news. Well, the American, all of the American medical establishments agree with this kind of care, and
Sunseal, I thought it was supposed to be Republicans romanticizing Tay-50s.
No, it doesn't. And I suppose just to give people an example of what you're talking about, you talk in your article about a case where there was a girl who had a double mastectomy. She had her breast removed. I think it's 16, if I'm remembering correctly, or around that time. Sorry, go ahead and correct me.
I think if you're talking about the patient who called a few months later and asked to have her breast
Julia_Sarah. Seriously.
she was not a minor.
All we're missing is the vaults.
But
the experimentation is in full swing.
She was 18 or 19 when we did the surgery.
So she has her breast removed. A few months later, she calls up and says, I'm a girl. I want my breasts back. I mean, a horrifying story in and of itself. And she's pregnant. So she's not going to be able to breastfeed her child. The most horrific thing, I think, well, one of the most horrific things that could happen to a young woman. You're saying she can't sue the people who advised her and put her through that?
I am not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know.
Yeah.
There is potentially a case there, but I know that the way that the surgeon...
I am not a lawyer. Please don't sue me. I am not a lawyer.
Was that she made the choice.
Yeah.
And I think we see that with the detransitioners, and some of them are minors, and they will say, well, your parent made the choice. Your parent agreed.
And that's kind of the question here, isn't it? Because one of the most mind-boggling things about this ideology, as you describe it, is, I am myself not a progressive. I'm also not somewhere in the middle, but I thought one of the most central elements of progressivism was this increased attention towards the idea of consent. People shouldn't do things, to other people without their consent. But I don't know about anyone, but it doesn't seem to me like a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old, frankly, even an 18-year-old from a very troubled background like this young woman, is really capable of consenting to those things with, a full, proper understanding of the impact.
But these kids want these things.
Just because they want them doesn't mean they should fucking get them.
So in these family dynamics and in these centers, these kids show up and they were demanding this from their parents yesterday. And their whole household has been in chaos because This kid has decided that the best thing for them right now is to start testosterone tomorrow. And I don't
What
even
happens
know
when you give kids everything
how
they
you
fucking
can-
want?
Okay, part of medical ethics and part of actual consenting
you had to play the
has
interesting
be that
video when
you're
I'm trying
not
to sleep.
under any undue influence.
Sorry, blame son.
So
She's the one who gave
we
it to
think
me.
about that sometimes in really, bad medical case. Like if you were just told you have cancer and it's potentially, a very bad cancer. We
As
don't
opposed to
wanna
very good
tell
cancer,
you 10 minutes later, would you like to be in this research study for this drug? Because we're putting you in an undue influence. And sometimes we even say, maybe maybe the person who's going to treat your cancer shouldn't be the person who asks you if you want to do this procedure. It should be somebody neutral. So so we think about these things in medical ethics. In medical ethics, those young people, I believe, are in a situation where they have undue influence. They are being influenced by a socially mediated cultural phenomenon. And the only way that they truly could give consent to that treatment is if they have been out of that phenomenon and out of that social pressure for long enough, i.e., potentially an adult, to then provide that real consent. Or we could just, shut off all social media and tell them they can't look at this stuff, and then ask them, if you have a 15-year-old girl who's in the middle of this belief, and we put her in the middle of Montana
Sensial,
with no
these are the
internet
guys who had Posey
access
Parker,
on a horse
a very
farm,
curt British feminist who's made
she
headlines as a church by
potentially
being
might
so
not
aggressively
want
anti-men in female
testosterone
spaces.
12 months down the line. But that's the level they are under so much influence. It's from their school, it's from their peers, it's from the social media, and they want this right now.
That makes sense. But Jamie, on top of all of that, though, it's a kind of basic principle of our societies that children can't consent to anything, really. Right? You can't drink or take drugs or have sex. Lots of other much less significant things in terms of the impact on your life and the lives of other people around you.
You can't get a bad tattoo and be stuck with it. You have to be 18 to get bad tattoos.
So you can get a tattoo. You
Has to
can't
be a
get
good
a tattoo,
tattoo,
but
damn it.
you can get hormones and potentially
Correct.
double mastectomy. Is that not? Is that just? I mean, sorry, but is that not insane?
It is to me now. It was not to me then.
I'm not having a go at you. I'm trying to flesh out the issue itself. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I get it. I get it.
No,
And Jamie, again, there is no blame attached to this. What we're trying to
yeah.
do is we're just trying to understand how these places work. And you say it wasn't obvious to you. Why was that?
So many of the people who I worked with, and I think that a lot of the people that work in these centers and in medicine and in pediatrics in general have a huge heart. They really do care, and they really do think that this is the way to help these kids. And I also think that when you are faced with so much distress, so much chaos, these kids are hurting. They are maybe saying that they're suicidal, that they're self-harming, that they are struggling.
Aw, I don't care.
I think on some level it's easier to say, well, we'll give you what you want than to stand up and be the grown-up and say, no, we're not doing that right now. And instead we have to do other things.
She's having to face her own guilt.
And then we also
She's
have to
like one of the
support
actually remorseful
parents,
serial rapists.
because if you have parents who have been trying to deal with their kid,
I don't disagree, but
who's been
wow, that is
demanding testosterone, demanding this new name,
Holy
demanding
shit.
these new pronouns, demanding these clothes and this, and these kids are telling their parents it's the only thing that's going to keep me from killing myself. How do we support those parents to also say, no, we need to slow down and we need to think about this?
Do you think part of the problem is, and I'm going to go back to the litigious point, is that these clinics are worried that if they don't do something, and then let's say the kid does something rash or tries to kill themselves, that they are then going to be held responsible for not putting correct interventions in place, because someone will come to them and go, look, this kid said they were suicidal. They said they were gender dysphoric. You chose not to give the correct procedures, so we just call it like that, in place. As a result, this kid attempted suicide. You're at fault.
So my answer's complicated here. So I've worked
Okay,
with young
Tim Pool,
people
calm
who
down.
are expressing suicidal ideations, thoughts for a really long time. I am not trying to downplay suicidal thoughts in trans kids. But I saw more suicides in kids within the foster care system and kids who were HIV positive as a young person than we saw in the pediatric gender center. And a lot of the kids in the gender center, their suicidal thoughts are different. So oftentimes when we would send them, these are seen more as threats and not attempts. That's not to say that we didn't have patients who did have true suicidal ideations. But I think as a whole, the statistics do not show that there are
if 40% of post-op trans successfully suicide,
high
then it's not the
numbers of
dysphoria causing the
completed
ideas
suicides in this.
Yeah, right?
And very much on that subject, and I know it's a tricky thing to ask you, but I feel like I should. We've heard from other guests that quite often, because this idea of being trans or whatever is social media driven, the kids are actually getting instructions on how to talk to somebody like you.
Oh, absolutely.
To get what they need. So when, you know, not all of them, but some of them are coming in and saying, "Oh, I'm suicidal," because they know that's what gets the thing that they want. Is that happening?
Okay, it is. But the thing that scares me a little bit too is that some of the parents are doing the same thing.
Oh, of
so I had some parents who would call to complete an intake with me, and they would describe the situation, and I would say, "Hey, from what you're describing, it sounds like your kid is just experiencing some normal gender questioning. It does not warrant the need to be seen in a gender center." And then they would sometimes press me and find out kind of, well, what are the things that warrant you being seen in a gender center? And then magically, mom would call me back a month later, and now suddenly kiddo has expressed exactly what I told mom was needed.
Wow, that's so weird.
Criteria. I had parents even tell me things like, my kid likes to play with this toy. And then they would tell me that they went and bought all of the kids' books they could find on Amazon about being trans, and that they had hidden and sprinkled the trans kids' books all throughout the house for their kids to find. And those were cases that just, there's something going on.
And I know it's unfair to ask you to speculate about other people's intentions, but do you have any sense of why a parent would want to do that?
Because they're mentally
I think you had a guest on maybe before who talked a little bit about how, you know, to be a truly good liberal parent right now is to kind of allow your kid to
run the show.
It's like gone so far in one direction where, you know, if your kid expresses the slightest non-gender type role, you know, you immediately need to start affirming and asking them. I mean, I had parents talk about how they would have all their kids close their eyes in like a circle in their house in some like weird seance-y thing, and then open their eyes and tell us what your inner gender is now.
What bigotry is this?
So this is parents literally seeding these ideas into the heads of their own children.
Yes.
My question is, and by the way, just for clarification, I don't know if you know this, I was a teacher for a long time, and I taught across all sectors, and I taught in girls' schools as well. So I saw how social contagion worked, particularly with young girls. When I taught in girls' schools, it was late noughties. So back then, there wasn't really any of the trans stuff. It was mainly anorexia. But I look at this and I go, that's child abuse. That is child abuse. Because if I was a teacher and I heard that this was being done to a kid who I was teaching, I would report them to social services. That would be my duty as a teacher in the UK. And if I didn't do that, I would not be fulfilling my role. I would not be, as we're called in the UK, in loco parentis.
Yes, and there were a few cases where I would agree with you.
Do you have a website, or do you plan to have a website? Because if you do, then EasyDNS is a company for you.
EasyDNS is the perfect domain name registrar provider.
They have a track record of standing up for their clients, whether it be cancel culture, deplatform attacks, or overzealous government agencies. He knows about that.
So will you in a second. EasyDNS have rock-solid network infrastructure and fantastic customer support.
They're in your corner no matter what the world throws at you, unless it's your ex-girlfriend, in which case you're on your own.
You know about that. Move your domains and websites over to EasyDNS right now. All you've got to do is go to easydns.com/triggered. That's easydns.com/triggered. Use our promo code, which is also triggered, and get 50% off.
Stop being triggered. Sign up for their newsletter, Axis of Easy, which tells you everything you need to know about technology, privacy, and censorship.
And that is also part of the problem in the media right now, because oftentimes the parents that are so gung-ho to talk to the news about how this saved their kid's life and how their kid is doing so well are like these really hardcore activist parents who bought all the way in, and they're the ones drum beating this too.
And why is this ideology so powerful? Why is it that it can take hold of people like this to the point that they do this to their own children and create significant long-term harm?
So in the liberal view right now in the United States, there is this huge so to be a white person in the United States with privilege and to be middle class and to be able to afford things for your kids and to be able to to be in this privileged position is seen as a negative for a lot of liberal people. And so I do feel like being trans has become this thing that you can't question
or escape.
So you can't really easily change. You can't say you're of a different race in the United States. You can't.
Well, Rachel Dolezal
you don't have it. You
like
can't.
To, yeah.
I mean, who's going to claim that they're poor? I mean, and if you identify as gay or lesbian, that gets uncomfortable pretty quickly if you're not really gay or lesbian. But for these young people, you can claim that you're non-binary and throw they them pronouns up, and suddenly you're in the group that's no longer the oppressor. You are in the oppressed group. And I think part of why this has such these strong tentacles is nobody in my country ever wants to tell somebody who's in, what we view as an oppressive group that they're not, and nobody wants to be seen as the oppressor.
But I accept that. And again, there is no blame attached to this whatsoever. I'm just exploring. What about the adults? What about the medical professionals? Isn't it their job to make that decision? That's what you went to college for. That's what you studied. That's why you put yourself through a medical degree. That's why you're in that position, for you to make that choice. Do you see what I mean? And to me,
but the culture is so harsh right now that if they were to say no to a patient, then you're going to get blasted on social media that you're a transphobic
Oh no,
doctor.
you're social media. And what does that mean? Because on social media, you're branded as a transphobic doctor. What does that mean for your career? What does that mean for your prospects? What does that mean for the way people perceive you?
I can speak from my own position, which is that I'm the hated outsider. I was in a very interesting position to become a whistleblower. I'm basically a Luddite. I had no social media to speak of. I had nothing to get destroyed or taken away from me. My Twitter feed, I had none of that. I'm an old school Luddite. And I also was an anarchist in the 90s. And, I remember the Black Bloc and the WTO protests, and I lived in an anarchist collective. Like, I kind of had a really thick skin, but I also remember those kind of politics. And I remember standing up for something and knowing that even if you're going to get, everybody pile on you, that you'll find that the other activists are out there. They might be small and it might be a small group, but I felt firm enough in my own internal convictions. And I worry that we're in a culture right now, because of the way social media has changed, that it's so external. The judgment is so external, not internal, that for so many people, even adults, it takes a lot of strength to go up against your dominant culture.
It does. And that's one of the reasons I really want to thank you for coming out and talking about this, because I think it's super important. And one of the things we haven't yet talked about in detail is what happened internally when you started speaking up about this, because you started to ask questions, didn't you?
I did. I started asking questions often, and it got to the point where I even was having conversations one-on-one with the doctor saying, we are harming children. We are doing this.
And what would they say?
So it's interesting because I only recently read the Hannah Barnes book about the Tavistock, and it was almost the exact same response, which I was told my tone was wrong, that I shouldn't be directly challenging doctors in team meetings, that I was out of my lane, that I was, it was almost identical what happened at Tavistock. And the way that I was kind of treated was I was the annoying squeaky wheel. Oh, we know Jamie's going to have another issue. And it got to the point in the center where there was an actual directive that we were no longer allowed to use the phrase, I have concerns about a patient. And in medicine, that should scare anyone.
Yeah, she ain't kidding about that.
Because if your surgeon comes in and the nurse thinks that they're drunk, sure as hell that nurse should be able to say, I have concerns about this patient right now and we need to stop. Medicine needs people who are empowered by their medical institution to speak up. Nurses, social workers, case managers. You think someone was given the wrong dose. You think they're going to cut off the wrong limb. Like, you have to have all of these layers in medicine, have to have people who are empowered and encouraged to stand up. And instead, it was routinely, be quiet, stop. You're wrong. Be quiet, stop. And it got to the point finally where we were told, get on board or get out. And that was the final.
You say were there other people at the center who agreed with you?
We didn't always agree for the same reasons, but there were a few other people who agreed.
Okay.
And you mentioned the same concerns.
Sorry. Yeah. And you mentioned speaking directly one-on-one with doctors. So if you come to a doctor in that sort of clinic and you would say, I think we're harming these children, other than shut up and stop raising it, did they have any counter arguments or any explanation for why what they were doing?
sometimes it would be, well, what do you want me to do instead? Come up with a different solution then. And I think part of that is that the whole model of care is so
fucked
upside down right now that it's like that the doctors are even just a cog in the spinning machine, and they're like, the only way I know how to spin is this way. Like, you're telling me we're hurting people, but they would be like, how do I do differently? Because then it would have to stop it was almost like for them to actually stop and think would have to stop the whole mechanism. The whole machine would have to stop, because it's not just their portion. It's the therapist portion. It's the parents portion. It's the kids themselves. It's the hospital. It's like all this whole machine is spinning, and they were like, what do I do? And I guess in some ways I just got to the point where I was like, this whole machine just has to stop right now, because the way that it's going is just, it's not.
It sort of sounds, what you're describing is like a little bit like a conveyor belt, where right? And then you're going up to one person at one point and you're going, well, don't put this bit in. And they're going, well, there's a whole machine here. There's a whole conveyor belt. This is my job. I give hormones, or I do this, or I do that, right?
Yes, exactly.
And this is what they call the affirmative model, where essentially the moment a kid says, I'm dysphoric, from that point on, they're just on the conveyor belt and there's no getting off. Unless they themselves have a change of heart.
Right. As long as the kid is saying, I want that as the end, then that's what the kid's going to get.
And you said upside down, and that really is upside down, because as we talked about earlier, a child cannot really consent. But they are driving this whole thing, is what you're telling us.
Oh, the language even in some of the activist groups is that you're supposed to be child-led. That the child's supposed to be leading this. And here's the thing about kids. Kids who think that they're the ones who are supposed to make the decision are actually in more distress and are in more pain, because they feel like there's no grown-ups in the room who are in charge. And as a parent, I know for my own kids, they do better in life when I can say things to them like, hey, this is not your decision. We're the grown-ups. We've got this handled. We know what we're doing. You can go be a kid. Do not worry about these things. And as they get older, you maybe add a little bit more like, no, at Disneyland, you cannot buy the whole toy store because grown-ups only have this much money. And you slowly start giving them some senses of choice. But no, a 14-year-old does not want to think that they have to make the decision for what the whole rest of their life is, for their fertility and for their medical care.
No, I mean, it's absolutely spot on. It's why all this child-centered, I saw it towards the end of my time in education. They called it child-centered learning, where the child was in charge of their learning. And I was like, I don't think an 8-year-old should be in charge of their learning. It's just...
I don't think an 8-year-old should be in charge of my dinner choice for tonight. Because they're not going to choose. I mean, no.
Yeah.
Ice cream and Jell-O for you tonight, Jamie.
Yeah.
Listen, we joke, of course, but the one thing... Look, I became a parent about 11 months ago, and when I think about this, that's the prism through which I'm thinking about. I've got this beautiful baby boy. He's pure potentiality. He's growing up. He's wonderful. And then fast forward a few years and they fly by, and let's say he's been on TikTok or whatever, which he's not going to be at this rate, but let's say that he was. And he says that he's experiencing distress. The household is in turmoil, as you described. And we, the good parents, take them to professionals for help.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 months later, he's on puberty blockers and estrogen, and in the case that you described, some of them are taking like cancer drugs.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
it's insane.
The question I think parents would want to ask you, Jamie, is what should you do if that is what happens to your child?
I think that's a really good question. And first of all, there are a whole lot of parents out there who can answer this question also. And what I found frustrating with the media is There were a lot of parents who wanted to talk to my local media because they had a kid in that situation and they knew better than to take their kid to the center that I work at. They already figured it out. I cannot go there. I cannot take my kid there unless I want X, Y, and Z as the outcome. But again, parents can be a parent. One of the things as the caseworker in the center, I found really shocking for a lot of these parents is you do get to have some of the control and say over your child's social media use. There are parental controls. My poor kids, their cell phones still sleep in the kitchen. You don't have your cell phone with you in the middle of the night in your room at 12. That's insane. Nobody needs that. And the parents would be like, oh, well, they use sleep music. I'm like, no, put some levers and controls back in being a parent. But also, these kids right now are under a lot of mental health stress and issues. And you need to find a good pediatrician if you think your kid is expressing, anxiety or depression, regardless of the gender. Focus on those things. Focus on the basics. These kids are kids who are not going to school very well or often, need friends groups, need to go outside and get exercise,
sleep music.
need to
What California
sleep.
shit is this?
We are seeing that a ton of these kids had terrible sleep hygiene.
Oh no,
need
sleep.
to eat real food.
Sleep
some
books.
of these things are from.
Get you some Larry A. McKeever.
Sunseal, bruh, stereos still exist.
I use my computer. I love that I'm perfectly cognizant when I am drunk. I'm not eloquent. I'm not straight and narrow, but I don't fall downstairs.
The beginnings, the basics as parents, as do these healthy things from the start. And then if your kid does come to you and say they're experiencing X, Y, and G things about their gender, my answer is normally normative gender exploration is fine. Wear whatever clothes you want within reason. You still have to be dressed. I don't care what your hair looks like. I don't care if you're a boy and you want to wear makeup or nail polish. Who cares? Let those social gender things, can we actually be a little bit more flexible with those things? Let your kids
kids don't need a phone for sleep music.
But no,
Boombox plus
you
those
don't
end of
need
Assel
to
CDs in the
change
candle/wax
everybody's
melt section of
pronouns.
Walmart.
Your name cannot change.
Bro. Fucking... I used to have to listen to the fucking Bible on tape to go to sleep because of fucking Irene. And it worked like a charm because that fucker was boring as hell.
$12 times. If you want a nickname, fine. But no, you don't need a binder. You don't need to do all of these
Sunseal,
things.
I've been praised for putting hyperactive femboys to sleep.
To be
Sunseal,
medically intervening. Let them explore and give them a way out. Tell them as the parent, explore this stuff. Try this on.
Give them a way out.
If you
Give them
try
a
this
bullet.
and you don't like it, then we can change. We can
Wait,
go
that's
back.
something
You can
different.
get different clothes. You can grow your hair back out. Don't pigeonhole your kid into this thing.
And Jamie, what about the detransitioners? What about the kids who've gone through the conveyor belt and they've had the surgeries, the medicalization, they've come out the other side, they've realized that this has all been a horrendous mistake. What happens to them?
The medical establishment right now is completely completely ignoring them and pretending like they don't exist. So the centers don't see them. There really is no care provided. And I think that part of my hope for centers like this is that not only do we actually pause this crazy experiment that's going on, but then also really focus on providing
I would have make a sex toy joke, but given your incarceration history, it would have been in poor taste.
All of those kids. And I also think we do need to recognize that there are going to be long-term outcomes that might need some legal financial support. Because if you are like Chloe Cole and you had a double mastectomy at 13 and you're now just now 18, the financial damages for her could not even really be calculated. Probably it would have to look at her whole lifetime. What has this done to her fertility, her bonding with her child, her ability to breastfeed? Like, those things deserve a financial answer, and hopefully also that we stop doing this to anyone else.
Well, Jamie, to read between the lines and to summarize it in the blunt Russian way as only I can, it sounds like what you're saying is this is a medical malpractice scandal on a large scale that is going to blow up in people's faces very soon, in your opinion. Or at least should blow up in people's faces very soon.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it.
God, don't sound that depressed.
You know what? When you get someone on the show to talk about it who's, you know, who's a journalist, or they have an opinion for, you know, they talk for a living and whatever, you sort of go, well, you know, are you qualified to talk about it? But, you know, talking to you about it has really clarified a lot of things in my mind, because you've seen it from the inside and you were involved in, you know, working with this. I suppose the one counter argument people sometimes make is, I have heard some people who are on board with this stuff say that, oh, detransitioners are a very small percentage. You know, any medical treatment has some people who are not happy with the outcome. If you go and have some kind of, you know, if you go and get a hip replacement, there's a whatever % failure and people get upset that the hip didn't get replaced correctly. What say you to them?
Yes, there are definite medical interventions that are done that can have poor outcomes. However, this is systematic. This is almost universal. And this is not even touching on the outcomes that we are also... So an outcome of somebody who's detransitioning, but the outcome of somebody who is 13 and put on testosterone, by 26...
I have a question, son. Do you think you are more sane because you didn't go through the transitioning bullshit? Like, as crazy as you admit that you are you happy that you went for the weight gain and the natural stuff instead of the fucking transitioning? Because you could have been so much worse off than you are, even as heavy as you are.
They're potentially going to also be on a cholesterol medication, a diabetes medication, have heart complications, have an early cardiac arrest. We know that these drugs, just longitudinally, are not healthy, good drugs. They're harsh. They're hard on the body. These are hard things to continuously have to use. And so I think part of the reason why it's just a broader medical scandal is that even in the best case outcome, where someone's happy with that transition, their body is still going to have medical problems and complications from the use of these drugs. And also, I think just as a society, I thought we had gotten to the point where we were done sterilizing
Everything
kids.
she's listing off, I'm already in striking distance of because of going natural.
I just thought we were done doing that.
The beatus.
And recognize that to be its own kind of problematic thing, that we weren't going to be doing that anymore.
Jamie,
and I'm also a gay person, and I just feel like we're also kind of
Sunseal, Beatus, heart attack.
What are we doing to this whole group of kids that are potentially just gay kids?
The phrase people use is you're transing away the gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been an uplifting episode anyway.
But Jamie, thank you so much for coming on and for speaking openly and honestly. Everybody here salutes your bravery, and I'm sure there's going to be tens of thousands, if not hopefully hundreds of thousands of people who are going to be listening to your words, and they're going to be protecting kids, and they're going to be better informed as to this
fuck
situation.
am I not dead?
Before we let you go, the last question we ask all our guests is, what's the one thing that we're not talking about as a society that we really should be?
It's strange, but I'm going to say homophobia. So I think that part of the trans epidemic is that
Sunseal,
kids
I'd say
did
that
not
allowed me to keep an amount of
feel
rationality.
and
Yes.
do not
Then
feel
again, Blair
like
White
it's
exists.
okay to be gay. And a lot of the spaces and a lot of the support that I had as a gay kid has disappeared. So there was a gay coffee house, there were gay bars, there was a gay culture, and I thought we were getting to the point as a society that it was okay to be gay, and now so many of these trans kids tell us directly in the center that it's not, and that they feel like it's almost better to be trans and have a lifetime of medical problems. And that means we have to go back to square one and really deal with homophobia.
Jamie Reed, thank you so much for coming on the show. We're going to ask you a few questions from our supporters that only they will get to see the answers to. We're going to make sure to put a link to the article that you published about this. And I really recommend everybody, sorry to use this problematic phrase, but man up and read it, because it's pretty difficult reading, frankly, but needs reading if you want to be informed about this issue. And thank you for coming on. Is there anywhere other than the article that people should go to follow your work or anything like that?
At this point, no.
Good. You're the Luddite as you.
Yes,
You started as a Luddite and you're sticking to your principles.
Yep.
I love it. Well, listen, thank you for coming on the show. Thank you guys for watching and listening. See you on Locals with the bonus questions.
Okay, I'm quite obviously going to bed. I'm exhausted. Holy shit. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me on Deric's birthday.
Blair White is the actual unicorn in the trans community.
Yeah, right. An actual California fucking commie liberal, but not quite so commie or liberal unicorn. Holy shit. And she's married to a dude. Do you think they fraught when they fuck? Oh, lordy. It's just stupid.
Sunseal, no. Unicorn because she's not had complication.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Christ. There are so many trans people who've gone through the bullshit and have gotten so many complications. It's really fucked up. I miss when autism was the de rigueur. You remember when that was the fucking trendy shit? Now it's transgenderism. Ugh. Thank God it's never been blind people. Except for that one time when it was. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed this. I have been Mad Max. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm very tired. I can't believe...
Sunseal, you have Asperger's? Me too.
I can't believe I got further than I ever had in fucking Aeronorth, and I've gotten really far in RimWorld. Just nuts. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Holy shit, it's fucking midnight. When the hell did that happen? Anyway, I will see y'all tomorrow. Today. Goodbye.